Angelica,
Yeah.
I am making making you
I
host
see it.
now. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yep. It says it's streaming. Thank you.
Hold on. Let me see.
It should be set up.
Yeah, you are now the
I think it's all
host.
set, Anna. Yeah. Thank you.
Testing. Good morning. Good morning.
Somebody to respond.
Yes, I'm just checking.
Hi, Linda.
How are you doing, Mary Lee?
Hi.
Look good. I guess I can hear you and see you. So
That's what it's supposed to do, right?
tested early, right?
For a change.
How are you been doing? How's Washington? Good for you?
I'm actually in Santa Fe right now.
Oh, you're in Santa Fe. Oh, nice weather. Is it cold over there or?
It's a pretty good day. Probably not as nice as you're having.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's very warm here, so not cool. So no snow either. So
But that's good. Remember, you could have too much snow.
that's true. That's true.
Define warm.
Hi, David. How are you?
Good, you?
Doing great.
How warm is warm?
Warm is like 69 degrees here.
Lord have
That
mercy.
sounds delightful.
It's very delightful. I don't have to wear those overcoats, right?
Spring is here. Spring is coming. It's almost here. Something like that.
Oh yeah, in a couple more weeks, I think spring starts what, the 21st or something?
Yep.
Don't forget,
And we're closer to that than you'd think.
next this Saturday, change your time.
Yes, I have to remember.
Spring forward. All right, let me get my.
All right. It's working.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Let me get the witness on. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. We have a few minutes before we're going to start. So I'm just going to go ahead and keep my video and audio off until 9. Thank you.
Anastasia, I think it's time to saddle up and ride for the brand.
What?
I think it's time to saddle up and ride for the brand.
Oh. Hey, David, I tried. Last night I had my son do my camera rearrangement.
If the exhibits are numbered the way they should be, that's all I need.
Yeah, I think that I'll have to check, but I do think that I've tried really hard. I'm going to offer some in bunches today. So by the end of the day, I think I'll have them all.
All right.
Or if there, actually there may be one or two towards the end that get passed over, but we'll work on that.
Okie doke. I'm ready when you are, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Okay, here we go. I just admitted the Mr. Elliott, so we'll be able to get started. I see that Mr. Martinez is
Miss Lynch is not present.
available. We are missing Miss Lynch, but I think we'll go forward.
And before we start, Madam Hearing Examiner, Ms. Olson is putting on Mr. Martinez. I didn't know if there were any preliminary matters ahead of time that I should sit on video for, or if we should.
So the only, I think, preliminary matter is going to be the admission of exhibits CLC exhibits 13, 14, and 15, which I have reviewed and will admit absent any objection.
Judge, I'm not on the record.
Oh, thank you. Let us go on the record this morning in the matter of 19-00099 and 00348 UT. The first matter of business this morning will be the admission of CLC exhibits 13, 14, and 15. Is there any objection?
We do have an objection, Your Honor, just as to foundation. It's unusual to me that we would be admitting exhibits that are not testified to by a witness. I mean, typically you would need a witness at least to give it some sort of context, verify it is what it is. And it's highly unusual to simply have an exhibit entered without any discussion if it's relevant.
I have two.
Ms.
responses to
Stevens.
that. Yeah.
Go ahead.
First of all, Mr. Hawkins testified to a meeting in one of those cases, 2100, meeting with staff engendered by one of these cases, 2100 159 UT, in his direct testimony. And secondly, Ms. LaRock refers to those pleadings, those reports in her direct testimony, and did not attach them as exhibits because they were, commission they were commission documents. I will say that I think that we learned during the previous hearing with hearing examiner Naya Allen that we should err on the side of excess, I guess, when it comes to things that are arguably in the realm between exhibits and requests for administrative notice. But they are mentioned in her testimony, as well as one of those cases is mentioned in Mr. Hawkins's testimony.
Well, I know they were offered at the conclusion of Mr. Hawkins' testimony, but we can wait until Ms. LaRoque testifies. So we'll wait and have them offered during Ms. LaRoque's testimony, Ms. Stevens. So we're going to start with Mr. Martinez this morning. Is Ms. Olson available, Mr. Wexler?
Yes, we're just switching spaces.
Thank you. And I would say, please, if the record can reflect that the following are present for the hearing this morning. Ms. Stevens for the City of Las Cruces, Jeff Wexler and Kara Olson for EPE, Gideon Elliott for the Attorney General's Office, Bradford Bourne for the C, Lynch for CCAE, Keith Herman for Doña Ana County, and Mary Lee Souls representing herself. I think we're ready to get started. So Mr. Lee, if you could swear in Mr. Martinez.
Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the minute up to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Miss Olson.
Good morning, Mr. Martinez. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, of course. Victor Martinez, Victor, Martinez, Martinez.
And Mr. Martinez, what is your current position at El Paso Electric Company?
I am the manager of resource planning, resource management, regulatory, and quality assurance.
And Mr. Martinez, you did not submit direct testimony in this proceeding, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you have before you what's previously been marked as EPE Exhibit number 7?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that as your pre-filed rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, it is.
Was that rebuttal testimony drafted by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
And do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony this morning?
I do not.
Is the rebuttal testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked these same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE Exhibit number 7, the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Victor Martinez.
Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, EPE Exhibit number 7 is admitted.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner, and that's the only piece of testimony we need to admit. So we tender Mr. Martinez for cross-examination.
All right. Mr. Elliott, does the Office of the Attorney General have any cross-examination for Mr. Martinez?
We do not. And Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm going to have to request to be excused for a little while I get to my office.
You are excused, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you.
You're welcome. City of Las Cruces, Ms. Stevens, do you have any cross-examination for Mr. Martinez?
I do, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Martinez. How are you?
Good morning, Ms. Stevens. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm okay. So as you said, you didn't file direct testimony supporting Mr. Hawkins's direct testimony that estimated the replacement cost analysis using for Buena Vista using your memorandum. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you didn't file direct testimony describing or supporting the $8.9 million, approximately $8.9 million replacement cost estimate that was in Mr. Hawkins's direct testimony for replacing Hecate 1 and Hecate 2, but that was something here.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I think it's established Mr. Martinez did not file direct testimony. I don't understand the purpose of these questions.
Why don't you go ahead and move ahead, Ms. Stevens?
Okay. Let's turn to, in your rebuttal testimony, you did describe the Hecate analysis, did you not?
I did.
Okay. And you explained that you ran an Aurora model with and without Hecate 1 and Hecate 2 for the period of January 22nd, 2022 through December 2025. Is that right?
Well, there were two analyses conducted. The first analysis was our what we call our base case. And our base case analysis included the Hecate projects starting from May of 2022 forward. And then our change case, we ran another Aurora, and that one did not include Hecate until June of 24.
When was that analysis run or prepared, Mr.?
I believe it was early 2022, I believe.
And why was it prepared?
So at the time I was asked to do an analysis, there was some, and again, at the time I wasn't necessarily quite involved in the negotiations at the time, but I was asked if I could run an analysis using 3 different scenarios. One of the scenarios included having the Hecate projects online by December 23 with an increase in price into the contract. Another one was having the contracts available December of 23 with a lower amount. And the last scenario was having the Hecate projects online June of 24 with no price increase.
And you said the lower amount, you're talking about lower amount of energy or a lower price for that middle analysis?
I apologize. It was at a lower price. So I believe the first one was, and again, I apologize. I'm trying to go off of memory, so I'm trying to.
I think maybe what you're trying to articulate is a lesser price increase. That would.
Yes, correct. So if the projects were to come online, say June of 23, I believe the price was $20.81 for all 2 projects, for both of the projects. So that would be a price increase to $20.81 for both projects. If they were to come online December of 23, they would just be at $20 for both projects. And if we wait until June of 23, then they would be exactly where they're at right now, which the 100 megawatts, I believe it's close to $15 per megawatt hour. And the 50 is close to about $19 per megawatt hour.
Okay. Would you please turn to CLC Exhibit 11?
CLC Exhibit 11. Yes, I believe I'm there.
And these were some questions about that analysis that you presented in your rebuttal testimony, right?
That is correct.
Which you answered?
Yes, I did.
Is it why did you run the analysis for the period of May 2020 of December 2022 through May of 2025 when you were assuming that Buena Vista Hecate would be online out 2025?
So I believe I ran the analysis starting in January of 22,
right.
And then I extended all the way through December of 24.
Which has,
or 25.
25, yeah. And I'm wondering why did you include 2025 when the project's supposed to come on in 24?
I wanted the analysis to show that there was no cost difference between our base case and our change case. And our analysis showed that.
And that's the little table VMR1 on page 8 of 27 of your testimony?
Yes, I believe so. If you look at 25, it should be a 0 cost for the entire year. And the reason I ran it for those months, as I explained in our RFI, was because one of the things we use to create this analysis, we use our fuel and purchase power budget tables that we create every year to do our fuel and purchase power budget. Now, these tables are heavily vetted. You know, we go through them for a period of a few months to make sure we test its accuracy. And these tables are set up so that they start in January and they end in December. So to make sure that I keep the integrity of the analysis whole, I decided to keep the same dates, January through December, just so that it doesn't throw off my tables.
And those are basically all projected numbers because you were doing this in early January, in early 2022, right?
That's correct, Ms. Stevens. They're all projected.
Did you use the same methodology for your Buena Vista analysis? Did you do a whole year, or did you do just the 3 months in which the change that heavy load forward contract was included?
I did the entire year as well for that same reason.
So that would be the entire year of 2022 and 2023?
For the Buena Vista analysis,
just-
it was from January 23 through December of 23. We're only looking at 1 year.
And can you explain to me why for Hecate you incorporated the full period in which it was not going to be online by the COD, and for Buena Vista you only used 1 year?
Well, there were two different analyses. For the Buena Vista analysis, we in essence just had two choices. We either accept the increase in price and get the project in 2023, or we do nothing and wait till, or we wait until June of 2024 and we get the project at the same price without a price increase. So in reality, the only year that I had to evaluate was 2023.
And was that actually a proposal made by NextEra to El Paso Electric? Because I don't believe the other witnesses have said that.
Yes, it was. It was a price that was proposed by NextEra.
What I mean is not the price, but the alternative of waiting 1 more year and having the project come on at the same price in 2024. Was that an actual proposal by NextEra, or was that an EPE assumption?
No, I believe that was the offer from NextEra, that if we wanted it online June 23, it had to include a price increase.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go back. Now I've got is open here. Your rebuttal testimony at page 8 of 27. On that discovery, and this is the text underneath the table that shows the $8.888238 million. In the following question and answer, you conclude that that the jurisdictionally allocated costs for New Mexico customers would be about $1.8 million. Is that right?
Yes, I did put that in my testimony.
And in the discovery response, CLC 11, you acknowledged that in fact, because of the way that when Hecate 2 is allocated 100% to New Mexico customers, the real allocation of energy would be 46.6% to New Mexico. Is that right?
Yes, so approximately about 46% of the energy allocated to New Mexico from the Hecate projects would be about 46%.
And the way the Hecate projects work, do you understand that the cost would also be allocated in relation to the energy produced?
I do understand that.
So you effectively underestimated by a factor of 2.3 times, is it not that?
Well, in the analysis that I used to create, the software that I used to create this analysis was Aurora. And Aurora is based off of a system basis, not based off of there isn't any jurisdiction allocation. So the analysis included the system for the entire projects. And I did put in my rebuttal test in that response, it was just kind of a simplified calculation that we used, which we just simply used the 20%. If we were to actually look for actual cost based off jurisdiction, it would involve a lot more involved analysis, because we're now having to look at to see exactly which generation was used to meet New Mexico load, such as Newman 6 would be online, so we know we would not need to allocate that. So it just complicates a little bit things. So my approach was simply taking the cost for the entire system, and I just did a simplified version of taking the 20% that's based off the jurisdiction allocation to New Mexico.
Well, under the terms of these agreements, Mr. Martinez, isn't 100% of the energy and 100% of the costs going to be borne by New Mexico ratepayer for BB3 for the smaller project that's dedicated to New Mexico. Isn't the intention and the expectation of EPE that 100% of the cost of that project will be paid for by New Mexico customers?
Yes, that is. I'm sorry.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object to this question. Ms. Stevens seems to be testifying a lot in these questions and bringing in a lot of assumptions, and I would ask that her cross-examination be limited to questions and not testimony.
Ms. Stevens?
I don't think that's really what's going on, but that's your judgment call, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Well, why don't you go ahead, Ms. Stevens? I'm going to overrule the objection.
So my question was, isn't the expectation, isn't the way if not the way the company runs the programs, isn't in cost terms, New Mexico customers are going to pick up the entire cost for Buena Vista 2, is that not right?
That is correct, but in the analysis included when Buena Vista wasn't there, and that would involve some of the replacement costs coming from local generation, which it is based off of an 80-20 allocation for most of the generation units, actually for all the generation units at this time.
So would the company, in terms of estimating what the impact is on customers, because your testimony here at line 20 on page 8 to line 1 on page 9 says the net present value was used in this analysis to better reflect the cost to customers using the current value of dollars. I'm trying to get the best estimate of cost to New Mexico customers because we're here to talk about revisions to New Mexico PRC approvals. Do you believe that you underestimated that $1.8 million is a significant underestimate given the terms of the agreement?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily quite agree with significant, but I would agree that it is underestimated just simply using a 20% allocator.
Okay. City moves to admit exhibit number 11, Mr. Martinez's response to, let's see, which was it? CLC exhibit to interrogatory 16.1 CLC.
Is there any objection?
I'll note that these responses were all subject to objections, and I don't see the objections included with this exhibit, but I don't object to its admission.
Are you saying like there was just a sort of standing objection to the questions that were tendered in this discovery, or?
Yeah, EPE filed a pleading stating its specific objections to these questions and submitted these answers subject to those objections.
Okay. Well, if you want to submit that, you can, Ms. Olson, but I'll admit CLC Exhibit 11.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Stevens.
Okay, let's turn now. Were you listening to Mr. Hawkins' testimony yesterday, Mr. Martinez?
Yes, I was.
I guess you picked up on the fact that he deferred the technical analysis of the DCH3 Buena Vista cost analysis to yours truly, right?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about that. So, do you have Mr. Hawkins's testimony, EP Exhibit 1, open?
Give me a second. Let me.
Yeah.
Get it out.
And I am at when you get it. Oh,
I have it open now.
and let's go to page that memo of yours starts at page 286 of 548.
Okay, 286.
Are you? Let me know when you're with me.
Yeah, it's almost there. Go here, page up. I'm there.
Okay, good. So the memo is dated May 26, 2022. It's from you to Mr. Hawkins, is that right?
That is correct.
And did you draft that memorandum?
Yes, I did.
And was this the final version, or was there an earlier version of substantially the same content, or is this the memo?
I'm sure there were a few draft versions. I very seldomly am lucky enough to draft, something perfect the first time around.
Did you perform the calculations or supervise the performing of the calculations that the Aurora runs?
I was very much involved. I can't remember if I actually did the calculations myself, but I know I was very much involved in every step of the calculations.
And were those calculations done, on or about May 26th, or were there numerous iterations of them prior to the date of your memo?
I'm sure they were prior to the date of the memo. I just can't recall the exact dates, but I'm sure they were before May 26th.
By the time that the memo was prepared or in written form, what was your role in the negotiations and in supporting Mr. Hawkins?
At that time, I was in a few phone calls with Mr. Hawkins, and I was there just to assist them, mainly to help them do some of these analysis that may come about from these settlement negotiations.
Would you please look at CLC exhibits 8, 9, and 10?
Sure. 8. Okay, I have them open.
Okay, and excuse me, are these responses that you prepared, and either you, well, mostly were sponsored by Mr. Hawkins because your testimony hadn't been filed then, that describe in considerable amount of detail the process that was employed to develop this analysis, this cost analysis?
So I'm looking at CLC Exhibit 8, and I do see my name as part of the preparer.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't reviewed this in a while, but as I'm going through this, I'm starting to familiarize myself with it.
Take your time.
It is a lot, but yes, well, I'll try to answer to best of my ability.
Yeah, no, it's just a lot of good information. I thank you. You gave good answers, helpful answers. Particularly, there's which one of them? 7 goes right step by step by step. CLC 7-7, Exhibit 9.
Oh.
And I'm sure that this had to be done by you or somebody who knows Aurora, not by Mr.
Yes.
Hawkins, right? So I appreciate that very much.
You're welcome.
And
Yes,
and then number Exhibit 10 also is connected to how it was done. And in this, you attached, again, this is prepared by you, attached by sponsored by Mr. Hawkins, but you attach a PowerPoint from the E3 consulting company, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Were you involved in working with E3 to come up with the criteria for the base case and the sensitivity run?
Yes, I was.
Personally, you were.
I was personally, yes. I was in the phone calls, and yeah, I was in all the phone calls that we had with E3, trying to develop the best strategy to help develop these analysis.
And were you in on any of the phone calls or meetings? I don't know whether any face-to-face meetings took place with NextEra, or were those Mr. Hawkins?
Like I mentioned earlier, I was on a couple of phone calls with Mr. Hawkins. I believe there were any.
And NextEra, or just with Mr. Hawkins?
Well, I apologize. In Mr. Hawkins' office while he was talking to people from NextEra.
That makes sense. The city moved to admit exhibits 8, 9, and 10. Mr. Martinez's responses detailing this process.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 8, 9, and 10 will be in CLC exhibits 8, 9, and 10 are admitted.
Thank you. And to the best of your knowledge, Mr. Martinez, other than these two cost analyses that you've done, the one for Hecate that's described in your rebuttal testimony, and the one that you described in DCH3 and these 3 exhibits that we've just looked at, to your knowledge, has EP performed any cost analysis relating to the other cost analysis relating to the changes in CODs and prices of the Hecate and Buena Vista PPAs?
Yeah, so there were some other analysis that I calculated, especially when doing the memo, that I ended up calculating to see what the cost, the incremental cost for customer would be if we were to lose these contracts. And the number was pretty high for customers if we were to lose both of these contracts, or all 4 of these contracts.
And Mr. Martinez, would you please look at CLC exhibit number 4?
Yes, of course.
I mean, pardon me, 7.
A CLC exhibit 7?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. I'm there.
And this was about your rebuttal testimony specifically, and of course, you answered it. But the city asked about other cost analysis relating to delaying the commercial operations dates. And you did not produce these analyses that you said told me you've done about the projects never coming on at all. Can you explain why you did not consider those to be responsive?
Well, it wasn't an Aurora analysis or anything that it was just more on the kind of on the side type of calculations. Because I wanted to know if the save at that moment on the Hecate project, say per se, if something happens that these projects don't come online, I just wanted to know what would be the impact. So I kind of did on the side, kind of on the side of napkin type of calculations. And, we calculated that, say if the Hecate projects are not approved, to procure another resource, customers are looking at about spending about an additional over $100 million to replace those, contracts. And on the Buena Vista, it'd be close to about $90 million that would cost customers to replace. It was just something that I did on the side just to kind of help me justify with the memo.
So you either have an Aurora or a napkin. That's an interesting concept.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't.
It's like that.
Yeah, all I did is I just took the expected, production for the year, and then just simply looked at what the price of the projects are right now, and I compared it to what the current market is right now, which, as you recall from the REA from the REA case, Desiree was chosen as the least cost option. The price of that was almost $30. So if you look at the current projects, the price where they're at now compared to where the current market is right now, you take the delta between the two, and then from there you just simply multiply times the expected energy for the year, and then just multiply out for 20 years, and you could see that, again, for the Hecate projects would be over $100 million cost for customers, and for Buena Vista would be about $90 million additional cost if these contracts would not be approved, or these amendments be approved.
I understand. So I'm looking now at exhibit. Let's see. In case I didn't, the city moves to admit exhibit 7. I think I got 9 and 10. Now I'm going to find which one.
Yeah, CLC. Any objection to CLC exhibit 7?
No objection.
CLC exhibits. CLC exhibits as admitted.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Martinez, if you would go back to Exhibit 8,
Yes, of
I
course.
would like to discuss some of the details of the assumptions that you ran for the 1-year analysis on Buena Vista.
Yes, of course.
And the key change or the key decision that you made with the help of E3 was to project use of a heavy load forward market purchase during the period of June 2023 through September 23, correct?
That is correct.
And a heavy load forward market purchase is described by you and elsewhere is a purchase for, in this case, 110 megawatts during the hours are listed at 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, except for holidays. Is that right?
Yes, and except for Sundays.
Except for Sundays. Yeah, so 6 out of 7 days plus
Oh.
holidays and not holidays. And do you have a calculator?
Not with me, I do not.
Okay. At 110 megawatt hours times 7 days a week, would that produce considerably more energy than Buena Vista 1 and 2 are projected to produce during the same period?
Possibly, but I do want to point out that in order for us to engage in these type of transactions, we would have to take the energy for all of heavy load, which would include hours 7 through 22, which may include some hours where we might not necessarily need it. But in order for us to procure these resources and actually treat it as a capacity purchase, we'd have to get it for all of heavy load. But we're not able to just, kind of cherry pick the hours that we need, unfortunately.
But you are getting more than you actually would get from both in terms of capacity, because of, well, let's given in light of your table, I'm going to find it. Too many documents open. Give me 1 second here. In your rebuttal testimony, the other table, the table on the table on the bottom of page 17. This is the hourly committed capacity guarantee. So looking at that, you're not actually going to, you wouldn't actually get 110 megawatt hours out of the Buena Vista projects for 16 hours a day, would you?
I apologize. I was actually flipping through that. Can you repeat the question
sorry.
one more time, please?
So when you substituted the heavy load forward contract,
Okay.
and that's for 110 megawatt hours, I'm asking you to look at table VMR2 on page 17 of your testimony.
Yes.
And confirm for me that between Hecate, between Buena Vista 2, the 20 megawatts that doesn't have battery storage, and Buena Vista 1 with these capacity guarantees, you would not actually get 110 megawatts of capacity for 16 hours a day, would you?
No, yeah, we wouldn't be able to get 110 megawatts from both the solar facilities for 16 hours a day. But again, in order for us to be able to, once we lose the capacity from Buena Vista 1 and 2, we'd be replacing it with purchase power. And like I mentioned, in order for us to be able to retain that power and truly count as capacity, we'd be obligated to take it for the full 16 hours for all of heavy load.
So are you saying that you would buy this better product, more capacity, just because there isn't another alternative that better echoes what you were getting from Buena Vista?
I'm sorry, I don't know if I quite understand your question. I apologize.
I guess I was trying to say that when you did this comparison, you know perfectly well that Buena Vista is not going to give you 110 megawatts for 16 hours a day. It's solar, right?
True. We are a peaking utility, so we're actually looking at the time that we peak. So both of us are giving the same type of reliability in the fact that both will provide 110 megawatts of capacity at the time where we need it the most. So,
And other times as well with this heavy load forward agreement.
correct.
And I think you testified earlier that you would also get more energy than you would.
Yeah,
In 2022, without Buena Vista or Hecate, did EPE in fact actually make monthly or seasonal purchases of firm capacity for the same peak period or peak periods?
we did actually. I believe it was just for June, July, and August.
And if you would turn to CLC Exhibit 8 again.
Of course. I'm there.
In your response to section F on page 404 of that exhibit, it lists the prices that you projected and incorporated into the calculations for 2023, correct?
Correct.
These are different monthly prices, right?
That is correct.
In the actual costs that EPE incurred during summer of 2022, were they about the same as your projected costs for the year forward, year ahead?
I don't recall the exact price, but I would want to say that they're very close to this price.
I think that's all the questions I have. I do have a question, one more question or two about that committed capacity table. In your testimony, which I hope is still open to that page. It is. This is page 1727.
Yes, I'm there.
Other than these hours of the day, is it true that next year is making no commitments at all about the available output for the battery storage? And
I'm not sure if I agree with that. So they do have this hourly committed capacity guarantee that they're committed to provide this energy using both their solar availability and battery coupled together to be able to commit this energy during these hours. But their battery should be available during other times, and I believe there's something in the contract that calculates it. But I think there's ramifications if they don't meet a specific capacity factor at the end of the year.
and and during this period, the June, July, August period, next year has complete control of the battery. Is that right?
That is correct. That's how they're able to guarantee this capacity guarantee is by them having full control of the battery during these months.
Hour ending 18 on this chart would be 6 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time.
Well, yes, that is correct. I believe the contract does say Mountain Daylight Time.
So in the period between 6 and 7 p.m., you have no promises whatsoever from next year about what's going to come out of either solar as the sun is starting to go down, maybe sort of starting to go down, knowing how late the stays after the summertime. Is that right?
I wouldn't qualify it as that. I wouldn't say they have no obligation. They're still, once we get to, once we get this project going, there will be some day ahead schedules, where we will try to work with NextEra and hopefully be able to get some energy past that time. But I wouldn't say that there's no guarantee from them. I wouldn't qualify that.
You just said you would work with them to make schedules to hopefully get some energy at that time. That sounds like they have control and you have to put it crudely, beg them to cooperate. Is that right?
I wouldn't say beg, but we'll be working together to try to make sure that, again, they're able to give us the hourly committed capacity guarantee and at the same time be able to provide us the energy that we need, when we need it.
And if EPE had originally negotiated this contract with its own control over the battery storage, that problem wouldn't arise, would it? You'd be able to manage the battery to the best of your personal needs on a daily and annual basis?
Well, I think I put in my testimony that without them having control, if we have control of the battery, then they're no longer able to commit this capacity guarantee. And this capacity guarantee that they have is what's actually gave greater value to the bid itself. So which means that if this capacity guarantee would not have been there, the value of the project would have been less, that we may have picked another project that was at a costlier. That would have been costlier to customers. So
let's look at this table again, then, Mr. Martinez.
Sure.
And I'm looking again, an hour ending at 18. So that's the hour between 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the evening, afternoon, probably in the summer months, you would call it. Are you suggesting that EPE would not be able to, if it were in control of this battery, that it would not be able to somehow, between the actual energy coming out of the solar panels and the output capacity of 50 megawatts for the battery, that it would not be able to achieve a minimum of 50 megawatts in that hour, each of those days?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that the bid itself was submitted in a way that Buena Vista has control of the battery, and because they have the control of the battery, they're able to now guarantee this capacity. This guarantee is what made this project valuable, because we were able to assign a higher, ELCC to the project than we would have if we would have been in control of it. So if we would have been in control of it, we may not have picked this project. We may have picked another project that would result in a higher cost to customers. So
I hear what you're saying. I'm just asking to as a practical matter, given the actual numbers of this guarantee, tell me why you think that EPE would not be able to get 50 megawatts out of 100 megawatts of solar and 50 megawatts of battery that 1 hour of the day during the summer months. What is the scenario in which you think that NextEra could do a better job than the company could?
not saying that at all. We may very well be able to get exactly what we need from them. But yeah, I would not want to qualify it as us not being able to do as good a job as Buena Vista. I think, we'll be working together to try to make sure we get the best profile as we can that'll be most beneficial to our customers.
So if you had control of the battery storage, and you are going to have, the output of the solar is the output of the solar, right? That's the sun is going to determine the size of the batteries, the size of the array, and the amount of sunshine is going to determine that, right? Understand that much?
Yes, I do.
And if you had control of this battery, are you suggesting that you would be able to get a total of 50 megawatts EPE running it wouldn't be able to be confident that it could have 50 megawatts in the hour between 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock between the solar and the battery throughout June, July, and August.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object. Ms. Stevens has asked this question now 4 times. Mr. Martinez has answered it. And it's also calling for speculation. EPE is not in control of the battery.
Go ahead, Miss Stevens. What's your response?
He hasn't really answered it. He's told me why he thinks that that they can work with NextEra to get NextEra to do that, but he has not answered what EPE could do. And I think that he's got enough operational background that he can answer the question if he wants to.
Well, I understood Mr. Montoya to have answered the question as well, even though it may not be the answer that you're looking for. And so I would encourage you to move on, Ms. Stevens.
We'll move on. Let's look at the, would you look at the, you're familiar with the terms of the contracts, I take it?
Somewhat. I wasn't involved in the contract negotiations at the time.
Are you familiar with the hourly committed capacity guarantee provisions?
Somewhat, yes.
And it is your own testimony that, let's look at CLC Exhibit 20, please.
Sure. Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and this is again your answer, and you just in answer D, you describe the hourly committed capacity guarantee as a contractual vehicle for EPE to ensure that NextEra will provide the megawatts as defined in the table during said periods. I'd like to ask you about that, what do you mean by that term contractual vehicle?
Well, I think what I was trying to say that it is a way for NextEra to be able to commit to providing EPE with that energy asset and as described in the contract. That megawatt per the amount of megawatt per each hour.
There is no actual guarantee that if they can't get that out of the solar and the battery storage that they're going to go on the market and get you replacement capacity, is there?
There's a mechanism in place for them. I believe there's one of the exhibit provides that if they don't meet that capacity, there's some liquidated damages associated with it.
So it's all financial. It's financial, not energy or capacity, right?
Yes, correct.
And if we were to look at section 7.4 of the Buena Vista PPA, it's Exhibit DC1, will we find that that guarantee is based on NextEra meeting those table minimums for 95% of the time during those affected hours in summer months?
I'm sorry, Mr. Could you tell me which page you're on?
Yeah, it's pages 68 and 69 of 548. If you'd like to look at I just thought you might remember it, Mr. Hawkins's testimony.
I'm sorry, what page was that, Ms. Stevens?
68 to 69.
Thank you.
I hope that's what my notes say.
I'm almost there.
Moment.
Okay, I'm on page 68 of 548.
Okay. And that section 7.4 goes on for a few pages, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. You've seen this before, right?
Not recently, but I believe I have gone through this. Not in detail, but it does look familiar.
And when you describe in your discovery response that it's a contractual vehicle, this is the contractual provision to which you were referring? Is that right?
I was referring more to one of the exhibits that talked about, it's also in my exhibit, in my table 1R, I believe. I'm
And
sorry,
that table-
VMR2, I believe.
And
which is-
that table is taken right out of one of the schedules in one of the exhibits, I guess they call them, to the
That is correct.
that would be, and if we look at this, it says that is identified in Exhibit I. So you took your thing from Exhibit I, is that right?
Yes, I believe I'm not sure. It's on one of the exhibits. I'm not sure if that's Exhibit I is it.
Ms.
So,
Stevens, you're just about at the end of
End of your
your
time.
time.
I'll
If you
just
want to
ask
wrap
you-
up this question.
I have, yes, one more question, and then I'll ask to admit the Exhibit 20. But so do you know whether or not next year it has no even financial commitment if it misses those requirements for 5% of the hours of the period?
Again, I haven't reviewed the contract in a while, but based on what I'm reading, it looks like that may be the case, but it'd be subject to further review.
City moves to admit Exhibit 20.
Are there any objections to CLC Exhibit 20?
No objections.
And I'm also, if I could very quickly ask, when I was asking Mr.
Madam Hearing Examiner Brett Borman,
Yes, Mr.
I hate to interrupt like this, but I know that you set a 45-minute time limit for cross-examination. Ms. Stevens is already well past that. If we don't, I mean, we're not going to finish today if we continue to allow, this excessive exceeding of the time limits here. We have 6 witnesses, I believe, to get through today, and we might not get through 4 of them.
I understand your concern, Mr. Borman, and I do share it. So, Ms. Stevens, I will admit Exhibit 20, and we'll now turn to Ms. Souls for cross-examination of
And I'd just
Mr.
like to
Martinez.
thank Mr. Martinez very much. Appreciate your testimony, honestly.
You're very welcome, Ms. Stevens. Glad to help.
Hello, Mr. Martinez. I'm Mary Lee Souls. I'm a party in this case.
Good morning, Ms. Souls.
Would you please go to your rebuttal testimony on page 20 of 27?
Yes, ma'am. I'm there.
I'm not. I'm getting there.
Okay.
And at line 13, you represent that I, Mary Lee Souls, calculate the replacement costs of the solar project delays. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
If we go to my direct testimony, and Madam Hearing Examiner, it has not yet been admitted, but I need to ask Mr. Martinez about what he's rebutting.
That's fine.
Exhibit 1, the direct testimony of Mary Lee Souls. At page 13 of 223.
I'm there.
Or maybe I'm not.
I'm sorry, what page was that, Ms. Souls?
Page 13. And this is the part that you are rebutting in this portion of your testimony, Mr. Martinez. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And would you please find where I calculate replacement cost?
Again, it's been a while since I've looked at your testimony, so if you give me some time, I can look at it.
Let me give you the opportunity to save some time. Would you agree
Sure.
that I calculate additional costs?
I guess when I read your testimonials, I read it as you're calculating the replacement cost for the projects.
All right, then please keep looking.
Okay.
I mean, Miss Souls, can you direct Mr. Martinez to a specific page or line?
Mr. Martinez, you might go to page 18 of 223.
Okay, I'm there.
And if you see that table, perhaps this is what you were referring to?
Yes, I believe so.
And do you see that it's titled additional cost to New Mexico ratepayers?
I do see that.
All right, are you prepared then to agree that what was calculated was additional cost rather than replacement costs?
Yeah, I mean, based on what it says here, it does say additional, and it does not say replacement.
Thank you. Let's go back to your direct testimony.
Sure.
Beginning at line 18 on the same page where you were.
18.
You're talking about El Paso Electric's costing model, is that correct?
That is correct.
And is El Paso Electric's costing model a forecast?
It is not. It is a backcast.
A what?
Backcast. It's looking at actual generation and actual loads, and it's calculating the incremental cost of generation to meet off-system sales based off of what actually occurred for that day.
Yeah. And at line 18, you say the purpose of the costing model is to calculate El Paso Electric's incremental cost of supplying off-system sales. Is that your testimony?
That is correct.
And what do you mean by incremental cost?
It is the amount of generation that EP needs to increment above, from meeting native load to meet its off-system sales. I can give you an example if it's easier to understand.
Go ahead, because I did not hear you reference cost.
Sure. So let's just say load is 1,000 megawatts, and let's just say EPE is meeting all of that load with its generation. So now generation is equal to 1,000. Let's just say EPE engages into a 50 megawatt off-system sale. It now needs to increment its generation from 1,000 to 1,050 to supply that off-system sale. Now the cost to go from 1,000 to 1,050 is EPE's incremental cost of generation.
Thank you. And how does incremental cost relate to the off-system sales?
Well, every single time EPE makes off-system sales, there's one of two ways to meet off-system sales. It can either purchase the power from a third party and use that purchase to supply an off-system sale, or it can increment its generation. The costing model is only looking at the transactions where EPE had to increment its generation to supply that off-system sale.
And what do you mean by incremental native load?
I thought I just explained, but I can explain again. So EPE is obligated to meet native load, and it'll meet it with either a combination of purchase power or generation. Once its meet is awesome, its system load, it may engage into off-system sales. And when it engages in off-system sales, it may very well increment its generation to supply that off-system sale. So I'm looking at the cost to increment the generation above after meeting native load. And the example I think I gave earlier hopefully explains that.
And what do you mean by integrated native load?
Well,
And frankly,
load-
that's the question I meant to ask. I'm so
Oh.
sorry.
no problem. So integrated is kind of like a calculus term. So within the hour, load will fluctuate up and down on a minute by minute basis. So the integrated, in essence, it's the average of all the minute by minute load throughout the whole hour.
And you reference metered generation output. What is that?
So that is actually the when our generators are online, they produce energy, and at the end of the hour, there's a report that calculates exactly what the integrated generation amount is for that hour. So that is what it's talking about.
What is integrated scheduled interchange?
Same thing, within the hour, there is schedules going on, which means there's purchases and sales. And most of the schedules or purchase and sale transactions occur for the full hour. However, there may be some transactions that occur in the middle of the hour. So we need to, in essence, integrate those for the hour. So an easy example is if we were to say sell 100 megawatts at the 30-minute mark. So it's 100 megawatts flowing from 30 to the top. In reality, it would only integrate to 50 megawatts for the hour. So it's mainly megawatt hours that we're looking at.
And are these the things that are the calculations, or are these the data that's represented in the costing model?
Right now, based on what you and I are talking about, it's the data or the inputs that go into the costing model.
Does the costing model include the amount of electricity purchased?
It does. It only includes the amount of purchases that were done to meet native load or to help meet native load. It does not include arbitrage purchases. I apologize.
I'm sorry, I thought you had finished. And which purchases are not included?
Thank you. So all of our arbitrage purchases are not including. And an arbitrage is simply a purchase and a sale that happens simultaneously, where the purchase is done to supply the off-system sale and where the price of the purchase is used as a cost of the sale.
And other than the arbitrage transactions, does the costing model contain the data regarding the cost of the purchased electricity?
Yes, it does.
Does it contain data on the average cost of local generation?
Yes, it does.
Please go to page 21 of 27.
Sure. Is this on my rebuttal?
In your rebuttal, yes, sir.
I'm there, ma'am.
At line 19, you're asked, do you agree with Ms. Soul's replacement cost results found in table MLS3? And let's say that question is with Ms. Soul's additional cost results found in table MLS3. On the next page, you respond no, correct?
I'm so sorry, Ms. Sold. I think I was looking at the wrong page number. We said page 21 of 27 of my rebuttal.
That's correct.
And I'm looking at line 18. Okay, do you agree with Ms. Soul's replacement costs found in table MLS3? Yes, and I put no.
Did you calculate the additional cost to New Mexico ratepayers for the period of May 2022 to November 11th, 2022 as a result of neither Buena Vista nor Hecate being in commercial operation?
No, we have not done that.
Did you do any calculation for that?
I don't believe we have.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. I have no further questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Souls. Doña Ana, or I'm sorry, CCAE, Ms. Lynch, do you have any questions for Mr. Martinez? Okay, how about Doña Ana County? Mr.
No.
Herman?
No questions, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you very much. So I had a couple of questions, Mr. Martinez. You were discussing earlier having sufficient capacity, I guess, for the heavy load.
Yes, ma'am.
So is that just, does that mean like peak usage?
Yes.
Does that also include standby availability?
And I'm not sure what you mean by standby, but the product that was modeled in Aurora was we call it a 6 by 16 schedule, which means it's from hour 7 through 22 was 110 megawatts flowing from hour 7 through 22, Monday through Saturday, excluding Sundays and holidays.
And so the presumption is, because this is a solar facility, that you would not have power necessarily available before or after those hours?
What our assumption is that the Buena Vista was providing approximately about 110 megawatts of capacity EP would need to meet native load. And in order for us to, in essence, kind of keep the same level of reliability, we felt that locking in a capacity purchase for the exact 110 megawatts would keep EP at the same level of reliability to meet native load at all hours of the day. So that's why it was modeled as such.
So if you do receive, I guess, excess energy, what happens to it?
Well, we would sync into our system, or if depending on the market, we may very well be able to engage in off-system sales, for to try to help reduce the cost for our customers and get some of that cost back.
So if you engaged in off-system sales, then would there be essentially a true up at some point in the future to reduce the cost to consumers or to ratepayers?
Well, yeah, those off-system sales would go directly to ratepayers, to off-system customers as a reduction in fuel.
Okay. All right. Now, there was some, or I guess Mr. Reyes's testimony in particular was discussing the issue of whether there was purchases of energy to replace the lack of energy available from these projects. And you reviewed that testimony?
I did, ma'am.
Okay. And you, I believe, indicated that you didn't consider Mr. Reyes's testimony on that to be reliable?
Yeah, so Mr. Reyes' assumption was that we would be replacing 100% of the energy for every day of the year, 100% of the time, and that's just not it's just not a viable option for us to do that. My analysis only included the months of June through August, which is during our peak time.
Okay. So was there actually, to your knowledge, did EPE have to purchase power to replace the capacity that was not available from Buena Vista and Hecate?
Yes, ma'am. So in 22, we did engage in capacity purchases for June, July, and August of 2022.
Okay. And do you know what the cost was on that, or?
I apologize. I don't recall. I remember looking at the confirmations, but I cannot recall at this time, and I'd hate to give you a number that's just way off base.
Okay. And do you know whether EPE anticipates having to purchase any power for 2023?
A lot would have to depend on the Buena Vista projects being aligned and Newman 6 being online. But if both of those projects come on, we may not need to make that capacity purchase, but we'd have to evaluate it once we get closer.
Okay. I believe those are my questions, Mr. Martinez. Ms. Olson, do you have any redirect?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have no redirect.
Okay, I think given our time concerns, we are not going to have any recross of Mr. Martinez. So I'd like to thank Mr. Martinez for his testimony and ask EPE to make their next witness available.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. We'll be calling Mr. James Schiestel next, and I think it'll just take a second to switch witnesses in the witness room.
Bless you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
You know, I think we will just take a brief break now. While we're waiting for Mr. Schichtel. So let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be off the record until about 10:23. Thank you.
When you're ready, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Is Mr. Schichtel on? And is everyone else back? Great. We're going to go back on the record in the matter of 19-00099 and 19-00348 UT. We're going to start with the next EPE witness, James Schichtel.
Madam
If you
Hearing
could,
Examiner,
yes, Mr. Herman.
Keith Herman with Doñana County, just letting you know that Mr. Elliott is in the waiting room.
Oh, thank you. All right, Mr. Lee, if you could swear in Mr. Schichtel.
Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I'm sorry, sir, your answer. I cannot hear you.
Mr. Schichtel, are you on mute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry about that. We have two mute buttons. I replied, yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Schichtel. Will you please state your full name for the record and spell it?
Yes, my name is James Schichtel. The last name is Schichtl.
And what is your current position with El Paso Electric Company?
I am Vice President of Regulatory and Governmental Affairs.
And you did not submit direct testimony in this case, is that correct?
I did not.
Do you have before you what's previously been marked as EPE Exhibit 8, your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize this document as your pre-filed rebuttal testimony submitted in this case?
Yes.
Was that rebuttal testimony drafted by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes,
Do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
I do. I have one on page 9.
I'm sorry, page 9.
Page 9. Line 4. The word access, ACCESS, should be axis, AXIS.
And with that correction, is your rebuttal testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
If you were asked these same questions today under oath, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric Company offers EPE Exhibit number 8, the rebuttal testimony of James Schichtel.
Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, EPE Exhibit 8 is admitted.
And that's Mr. Schichtel's only testimony, so with that, we tender him for cross-examination.
All right. Mr. Elliott, does the Attorney General have any cross-examination for Mr. Schichtel?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, thank you.
Ms. Stevens, does the City of Las Cruces have any cross-examination for Mr. Schichtel?
The city does. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Schichtel. How are you?
Good morning. Well, thank you.
I have a few questions about the two parts of your rebuttal testimony. Would you please turn to pages 7 to 8 of 46?
Okay.
And this is starting at basically starting at the last question on page 7 of 46 or page 5 of the numbered testimony, where you talk about reporting requirements. Were you watching the screen yesterday when I asked Mr. Hawkins about the differences between his testimony on reporting and yours and Mr. Burns's?
Yes, I was listening.
And Mr. Hawkins declined to say that his recommendation would outrank yours. Do you remember that part of his testimony?
I believe so, yes.
So since you're last here and you may outrank him, you didn't want to say that. Let me ask you what the company's positions really are. Okay. And you appear to be saying in this answer that begins on bottom of page 7 and carries on to page 8 that EPE is willing to make quarterly reports on Hecate's progress and that no further reports on Buena Vista are necessary unless the commercial operation date changes again. Is that a fair summary of your position?
I'm sorry, did you say page 7?
It's page 7 of the footers. It's page 5. I know you haven't been with us for all these hearings. It's page 7 of 46 on the footer, actually on or on the PDF document in page 5 if you look to the old traditional number at the bottom of the page.
Okay, thank you. That's the version I have. So I'm on page 5.
Okay. All right. So this answer on page 5 carrying over to page 6. This is your position on reporting agreements, requirements that the company would. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I just asked you, indicating that the company is willing to make quarterly reports on Hecate and none on Buena Vista unless the COD of, presumably the June 1st, 2023 date is not met. Is that right?
That's correct. I say that we would not object to quarterly reports on Hecate, but given that Buena Vista is substantially completed, we didn't think they were necessary.
And are you aware that Mr. Hawkins proposed monthly reports?
No.
On both projects? Pardon?
No.
Would you like to look at Mr. Hawkins's testimony, or would you like to accept my representation that that's what he testified about yesterday?
So my understanding is that the monthly reporting is by Hecate to us. That was my understanding. What I'm discussing here is EPE's reporting to staff.
Let's go to Mr. Hawkins's testimony then, Mr. Fussell. That would be EP Exhibit 1.
Is this his rebuttal testimony?
This is his direct testimony.
Okay. Did you say a page number?
I'm looking for it because I thought that his testimony was pretty clear, and as was his cross-examination yesterday, but no, we'll find it. I am on page 26 of 348 of his testimony. You see that at the bottom? 26 of 348, did I say that?
548 or 348?
548.
I am on page 26, yes.
Okay. And do you see the question starts on the previous page and the answer that concludes EPE proposes to file monthly progress reports with the commission that contain information on the status of the projects, any reports that EPE has received from the sellers, and any information related to possible delays. Are you backtracking on that commitment that Mr. Hawkins made in his direct testimony?
No, I still think I'd still be fine with making quarterly reports.
He says he's proposing to file monthly reports. There's a difference, Mr. Still, which is EPE proposing to do?
I suppose we're proposing to do both.
Okay, so you're going to do monthly and quarterly.
Well, this is Mr. Hawkins' direct testimony, and I don't know if he changed it in rebuttal, but to the extent that we're committing here to make monthly reports, we would make monthly reports.
Okay, good. And to the extent that Mr. Hawkins is committing to make monthly reports to the commission and EPE's customers, are you saying that you testify about reporting to staff? Are you agreeing that the company will make public reports to the commission that staff, interveners, and any other interested members of the public can see?
Are you referring to the reports that I'm referencing in my testimony?
I'm not sure. I don't know how many sets of reports you're offering to make, the company's offering to make here, Mr. Schiestel.
Well, it seems pretty clear that we're, as Mr. Hawkins says here, we'll make monthly reports as it's described here. And I think my testimony is pretty clear that we would be willing to make quarterly reports to staff and that they would be available to the public. I say that in my testimony.
And the monthly reports to the commission will be public ones, documents, written?
Are you referring to
Mr. Hawkins's
Mr. Hawkins'
testimony?
testimony? I think that would be a question for Mr. Hawkins, but I would expect if we're making monthly reports to the commission, they would be available to everyone.
On page 7 of your testimony, well, we won't go up here. Let's look at your exhibits. There's 3 exhibits you have to, let me close Hawkins' testimony, so I'm not. It's starting at page 22 of 47 of your testimony, exhibit JSR1.
Okay.
Do you agree that that report was issued on August 11th, 2022?
Yes.
And EPE entered into the agreement, final amendments with Buena Vista or next year on mid-July 2022, is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
So it did not have this report in its hands when it created the amended agreement, did it?
It did not. Are you referring to EPE?
EPE, not the company did not.
I would agree with that.
And let's go on to page, the next JSR 2. This is the utility dive article that you quote.
Yes.
Right? And that one states that it's published on December 15th, 2022, is that right?
That's correct.
So that was published approximately a month after El Paso Electric Company filed its direct testimony and amended application in this case, is that right?
I believe so.
So EPE did not rely on this particular report in negotiating its settlements with Buena Vista or NextEra, did it?
I don't know why we would.
Just answer, was it a yes or no?
Well, if it was published after the negotiations, then no.
And if you would turn to the next exhibit, which is page 47 of 47, this is the Wood-Mackenzie report that you also cite.
Yes.
That one also is dated December 2022. On the first page, this is Q4 2022.
Correct.
So post dates the decision-making that was done by the company regarding these amendments.
I think you're misinterpreting the purpose of these, including.
Would you just answer, Mr. Schiestel, just tell me, does it post date your decision?
Does it post date what?
The decisions that the company made regarding amending the 2 sets of agreements.
It absolutely was published after that date, but I haven't put these reports in here to say this is what we used to decide what we're doing. It's the other way around. These reports reflect exactly the conditions that were going on in 22 that actually precipitated the need for delays. It precipitated, I'm sorry, amendments. It precipitated the delay in the contracts. The whole purpose of providing these reports is to show that what we were experiencing is exactly consistent with what was happening through the entire United States.
Let's look at the EIA, the United States Energy Information Administration report. That starts at page 22 of 47.
Okay, 46.
Oh, 46 is a 47 in the PDF. Okay. When would the Hecate delays, do you consider those to have arisen in 2021 or 2022?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
Mr. Schiestel, aren't you the one who testified in case 21-011 UT that Hecate was being delayed?
Madam Hearing Examiner, Mr. Schiestel is being presented in this case for a very specific purpose. If Ms. Stevens has cross-examination on his testimony, she can ask that, but we've presented other witnesses to testify to the reasons and purposes of the delay for the Hecate resources.
Ms. Stevens, do you have a response?
Mr. Schiestel's testimony, aside from things he said that I'm not going to even deal with because they're so inappropriate, it's all meant to defend Epe'S decision-making after the fact. Otherwise, it has no purpose whatsoever. So I think it's, as you know, if it's in here, he's subject to questioning on it. I don't know what the issue possibly could be.
Well, I would actually sustain the objection, but on the grounds that Mr. Schiestel answered the question that he did not know. So
Okay.
let's move on.
Okay, let's look at this graph on page 1 of 2 of the EIA report. Would you agree that this bar chart purports to indicate that for the period of January through June 2020, approximately 20% of solar capacity was delayed within that period?
Yes, it says about 20% of planned solar photovoltaic capacity was delayed.
And would you agree that the gray areas, the gray parts of those bar charts are the proportion of solar capacity, solar projects, solar PV projects that were either on or ahead of schedule?
That's what the chart says, yes.
So that's roughly represents 80% of projects were on schedule or ahead of schedule?
No, there's a delayed by 6 months or less component as well. So I don't know if it would be 80%.
Do you know whether the 80% is cumulative or additive, this chart?
I don't know which 80% you're referring to.
Well, if 20% were delayed, let's just go. Let's look at the chart from the bottom instead of from the top. You do agree that El Paso Electric's 2 projects or 4 PPAs have been delayed by more than 6 months, right?
Yeah.
Would that put them in the dark red category on this chart? At the bottom of each chart? Yes?
Yes. And
is that a relatively small percentage of the delays?
No, I think it's very significant. That's the point of the article.
Well, let's look at February 2022. That would be the second bar in the 2020. Did you see any projects being delayed by more than 6 months?
Well, I assume that the monthly reporting means it wasn't reported in that month. So yes, I'd say they weren't reported in that month, but pretty significant delays starting in just prior to 22 and through 22. The articles also go on to say they expect it will continue into 23, but lessening somewhat in late 23.
Would you say the significant delays, are you sort of eyeballing the pink as opposed to the red portion of that chart?
No, I'm just looking at the delayed by from 6 months or less, or 6 months or more, both. I'd say that's pretty significant. And I think again, the point of this, all of the articles, is a significant amount of delay, even reductions quarter over quarter in utility scale solar PV installations as a result of all of the factors that are laid out here: supply chain investigations, the DOC investigation or complaint, and many other things that are delaying the construction of facilities that were expected to occur but didn't.
Let's look again at this chart. And I think you agreed with me that February 2022 shows no projects delayed by more than 6 months, and a certain amount in the pink that are delayed by 6 months or less. Is that right?
Well, all of the projects.
Would you just answer the question, please, and then give your explanation, Mr. Schiestel? You can do that.
Sure. This February shows no projects reported in February. That doesn't mean that all of those other project delays ended. It just means that none additional ones were reported in February. They were reported in March.
And would you move over then to March? And does it look like from that chart that no more than a quarter of the reported delays were more than 6 months? Just the pink versus the red?
I'm not clear on what you're asking me.
Are the larger proportion of the delays being reported for 6 months or less, Mr. Kiesel?
In March, yes, the bar showing 6 months or less delays is larger than the more than 6 months.
Do you see any months in which the delays of more than 6 months exceed delays of less than six months or less?
No.
Did EPE provide information regarding its delays that was incorporated into this analysis, if you know?
I believe so. I don't think these come from the individual utilities. They come from the developers.
Oh, okay. And in the USEIA report, is there any information about which delayed projects resulted in price increases?
Not in this information that I'm aware of.
How about in JSR2, the utility dive article, any information about price increases?
There's nothing in the article specific to price increases. I think it's reasonable to expect that most, if not all, of the project delays either resulted in the delays themselves or increases in prices, or both.
You're just assuming that, well, those are the only possibilities, aren't they? There was either a delay or this data is about delays, is it not?
Well, they could ultimately be canceled.
Oh, okay. So you're looking at delays with or without price increases. Are those the options here, more or less?
Well, I think that's a fair assumption. In our case, we had one of each.
You had both, didn't you?
Well, we have Hecate, which is just a delay with no price increase, and then we have Buena Vista, which is a delay with a price increase.
Okay, I got you. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you completed your cross-examination, Ms. Stevens?
I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Ms. Souls, do you have any cross-examination for Mr. Schistel?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Souls. Ms. Lynch for CCAE, do you have any cross-examination for Mr. Schistel? Okay. All right, and that brings us to Doña Ana County. Any cross-examination for Miss? Is it Schistel? I'm sorry if I said Schistel. Schistel?
That's all right. It's she still, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Herman, does Doña Ana County have any cross-examination for Mr. Schistel?
No questions beyond saying good morning, Mr. Cecil.
Hey, good morning, Keith.
Thank you.
And finally, Mr. Borman.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Staff has no questions for Mr. Schistel.
Okay. I do not have any questions either, Mr. Schistel. So thank you for your testimony today, and you are released as a witness.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, I believe we'd be moving now to the witness for the Office of the Attorney General. Mr. Elliott, is Ms. Glick available?
I believe so. If you'll just give me a moment just to get her set to go.
Go ahead.
Five witnesses just morning and you already done two. So you done two, but you still.
Madam Hearing
Mr.
Examiner,
Lee? Yes, Mr. Elliott.
I think Ms. Glick is ready, is just logging in.
All right, let me check the waiting room.
Ms. Glick, can you hear me?
I can, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Go ahead, Judge.
Great.
Mr. Lee, can you swear in Ms. Glick this morning?
Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Elliott, go ahead.
Morning, Ms. Glick.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Okay. Ms. Glick, do you have what is marked OAG Exhibit 1 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And can you please identify that?
That is my testimony.
I'm sorry I didn't ask, but could you please state your position with Synapse?
Yes, I am a senior principal at Synapse Energy Economics.
Was this testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And if you were asked the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
They would, yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I tender the witness.
You want to offer exhibit?
And I move off, I'd like to move exhibit OAG1 into the record, please. Thank you.
Any objection to OAG exhibit 1? Hearing none, OAG exhibit 1 is admitted. All right. And with cross-examination, we'll start with El Paso Electric. Is that going to be Ms. Olson or Mr. Wexler?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner, and good morning, Ms. Glick. I'm
Good
Carrie
morning.
Olson, another attorney with El Paso Electric. I think we unofficially met during the last hearing. It's nice to see you again this morning.
Nice to see you again.
I just have very brief cross-examination. Let's see here. So just starting basically with the issues in this case, can we agree that the issue in this proceeding is whether the commission should approve the amendments to previously approved purchase power agreements for the Buena Vista 1 and 2 and Hecate 1 and 2 projects?
Yes, I do agree.
Okay, and I just want to talk very briefly about the recommendations you make on page 7 of your testimony. A number of the recommendations you make would be applicable to all future PPAs, all future PPA amendments, or any project with a delayed COD. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
And is your recommendation specific to EPE, or are these recommendations you would make for all PPAs for all investor-owned electric utilities?
I believe all my recommendations would apply to all investor-owned utilities, not just to EPE specifically.
Okay, and these recommendations are, the prospective recommendations at least, are somewhat similar to the recommendations you previously made in EPE's Renewable Energy Act case number 20-00093-UT, correct?
That is correct.
And do you recall a discussion on cross-examination in that case about whether these prospective recommendations could be addressed in a rulemaking?
Yes, I do.
And in that case, I believe your testimony was that you would support addressing those issues for prospective recommendations for future PPAs in a future rulemaking proceeding. Is that your recollection?
Yes, that is.
And do you adopt that position in this case, that your prospective recommendations for all future PPAs, all future PPA amendments, or any project with a delayed COD could be addressed in a future rulemaking?
Yes, I do adopt that recommendation here as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Glick. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Olson. City of Las Cruces, Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions for Ms. Glick?
I have no questions for Ms. Glick, but I'd just like to say hello.
Ms. Souls, do you have any cross-examination for Ms. Glick?
No question. Thank you.
CCAE, Ms. Lynch, do you have any questions for Ms. Glick? I guess actually Ms. Lynch maybe is no longer in the call. Mr. Herman, does Doña Ana County have any questions for Ms. Glick?
Just a brief line. Good morning, Ms. Glick. My name is Keith Herman. I am outside counsel for Doña Ana County. If you could go to your direct testimony, page 7, I just had a question about one of your primary findings. In primary finding number 2, you state that you've seen an uptick in PPA amendments across the country.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me roughly how many amendments you've seen and where they've been?
Yes, so I believe I actually included a table that summarized the ones I knew of at the time I submitted my testimony. Give me 1 second to direct you to where that is. So table 3 shows 2 wind projects. It's table 3, which is on bait stamp page 17 of 46. Shows several wind projects in Massachusetts, several other wind projects in New Mexico, including the Kearney project, but also several by P&M, some in Puerto Rico. And I believe there are others as well, but those are the ones that I can recall right now and that I knew of at the time I submitted the testimony.
Thank you for that. And I guess in your opinion or experience, have you noticed prices and delays calming down and things returning to more normal course of business, or is this something we might be seeing more of in the future?
In what time frame are you saying calming down? I guess what time frame relative to what time frame?
I didn't have anything specific in mind, but maybe let's say in the next year, in the next 5 years. That might be a little too speculative, but let's just say in the next year or two.
So my opinion is based on reading and looking at what other experts in this field and in general the economic field are projecting, which is that this trend might continue for another year or so, but it is projected to peter off, and prices for replacement resources for renewables are expected to begin falling again, especially as the Inflation Reduction Act, the rules and the implementation around that are clarified by the government. So I would expect that prices might stay high, this year, but even in some of the integrated resource planning dockets I'm involved in the Midwest, when the company put its PPAs back out for rebid, some of the prices came back lower, some of them came back higher. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag right now. Right now, what I'm seeing mostly is that the Inflation Reduction Act impacts are being relatively balanced out by inflation and supply chain delays. So prices are staying relatively stable, but I would expect them to start falling maybe in the next year or so.
So, and if you don't have an opinion on this, please don't provide it, but we're constantly having debates over whether costs should be recovered via rate riders that are closer to actuals versus stuff that should be approved and put into base rates. Do you have an opinion on future rate treatment for future projects that we might see in the next year to two?
So I'm not a rate design expert, but I mean, a PPA, I would say, would never be put in base rates because it's a pass through. If you just mean recovered through rates in general, I think I'm not a rate design expert. So I would say that there's pros and cons to either approach.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Okay. I do not believe I have any questions for Ms. Glick, but I appreciate your testimony. Is there any recross, Mr. Elliott, for Ms. Glick? Or I'm sorry, redirect?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, there isn't. Thank you, Ms. Glick.
Thank you.
So Ms. Glick, you are released. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Our next witness will be Lisa LaRoque. Ms. Stevens, is Ms. LaRoque available? You're on mute, Ms. Stevens.
He's just going to start to look and see whether she's in your waiting room. If she's not, I will give her. Is she there?
No, she's not. So we'll go off the record for a couple of minutes until
I
Ms.
apologize. I should have.
Oh,
think
she is in
this
the.
was-
She
she
is
is
in
there?
the. Yeah, so we will not be
Terrific.
off the record. Ms. LaRoque is
Okay,
being admitted.
Great. Thank you.
All right, Ms. LaRoque.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Do you have video available?
Yes, I do. I'm just oh, yes, I have to hit there.
Okay, thank you, Ms. LaRoque.
Mhm.
Mr. Lee, can you please swear in Ms. LaRoque?
Ms. LaRoque, would you raise your right hand, please? Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Ms. Stevens, if you would like to commence Ms. LaRoque's examination.
Good morning, Ms. LaRoque.
Good morning.
Do you have a document that's been marked CLC Exhibit 1 in front of you?
I do.
And would you please, well, first of all, identify your name and your position at the city?
My name is Lisa LaRoque, LaRocque, and my position is a sustainability officer for the city of Las Cruces.
And do you have a document that's been marked CLC Exhibit 1?
I do.
And is that the direct testimony of Lisa LaRoque on behalf of the city of Las Cruces?
Yes, it is.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And any changes or corrections to make to that testimony at this time?
Yes, some small ones.
Would you like to walk us through them? They are marked on this in a red line format.
That's correct. Page 11 of 154. It is, I'm still scrolling to it. It's lines 10, 11, and 12 are crossed out from I also testified to the end of the paragraph. And the second one is on page 55 of 154. And that corrects on line 13, it corrects the word May to March. And the third one is page 73 of 154. And that is on line 8. It has a quote that is not supposed to be there. And the last one is 84 of 154. And that is on line 20, and it is a comma.
And with those minor changes and corrections, if you were asked the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Is your testimony true, accurate, and complete to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And with that, the city moves to admit CLC Exhibit 1, the direct testimony of Lisa LaRoque.
Are there any objections?
Objection.
All right, hearing no objections, CLC Exhibit 1 is admitted.
And we, of course, tender the witness.
All right. El Paso Electric.
Thank you, Madam
Mr.
Hearing.
Wexler.
Thank you. And I do have a clarification question for you that will help me streamline my questions. And that is, I understand this case is an extension of the docket 19-00348 UT. In fact, it's in that docket. And that the previous testimony in that case is still part of the record. Is that correct?
Yes, I think we have treated previous filings in that case as being part of the current record, so yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. LaRoque.
Good morning.
This case was initiated by EPE to seek approval of 4 PPA amendments. Is that right?
Yes.
I assume you've read those proposed amendments?
Yes.
Could you turn please to your page 10? And this is using the date stamp in the lower left-hand corner. And there you can see at lines 14 through 17, you're identifying the fact that you actually testified in the underlying case, the initial hearings in the underlying cases, case 19348 and 1999. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
You indicated you've reviewed the amendments. Have you also reviewed the 4 original PPAs?
Yes, some time ago.
And you understand that there's a limited set of issues that are actually modified in the amendments.
No, I'm not clear on that.
Would you like to take a look at some of the amendments? In fact, the amendments actually specify the specific provisions of the PPAs that are changed. Is that right?
Yes, but I understood that this hearing was to look at what other factors influenced that.
Have you read the application that EPE filed?
Yes,
And EPE actually specifically says in that application that it's not seeking to change anything other than those terms that are being modified by the amendments. Is that right?
yes, but there are some questions as to whether or not areas like the exhibits that have information about COD and prices and are subject to having EPE continue to change them at will.
Those 2 terms that you just mentioned, the COD and the prices, those are actually terms that are being amended by the amendments. Is that right?
For now, yes.
And those changes are actually spelled out in the PPA amendments, correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about your previous positions in this case. So if you turn please to page 31. And I'm looking at lines 6 through 15. And here you're talking about the testimony, the city's position in the earlier case 19-00348 UT, right?
Yes.
As you describe it, the main objection, this is a quote from lines 8 to 10, the city's main objection to the Buena Vista 1 PPA was that it allows the seller, now NextEra, complete control over the charging and discharging of the battery throughout the critical months of June, July, and August. You see that?
Yes.
And that was part of your testimony in the previous hearing, right?
That's correct.
The commission considered that testimony, but it approved BV1 PPA containing that language, right?
Yes, but Mr. Reyes brought out some other points for consideration.
As you indicate in lines 12 to 15, you're again raising the control of the battery in this case.
Yes.
Now, you've read BV1, the Buena Vista 1 amendment. It doesn't contain any modifications to the provisions regarding the control of the battery, does it?
No, it doesn't, but the fact that the Western energy imbalance market has entered into the picture does bring about some concerns about the volatility of the natural gas.
Now, the EIM is not exactly a new market, is it? I mean, that's been around for many years.
But you haven't been, I don't believe that El Paso Electric has been a member.
Well, in El Paso Electric's not a member yet, is it?
No.
It's in planning stage. Do you know if it was in the planning stage at the time the first hearing in 348 was held?
I don't believe so, but I can't say in confidence.
Let's turn to page 50 of your testimony. And here I want to switch gears to your suggestion that EPE acted imprudently. And I have a number of questions about the basis for this testimony. And here you can see the Q&A on page 48 and then spilling into, I'm sorry, page 50 and spilling all the way over to page 54. Here you're talking about the basis.
Excuse me, are you referring to page 50 of 154?
I am, yep.
Okay.
The Q&A at the top there says, are you suggesting that the commission should commence a prudence inquiry? And your answer is yes, I am. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah, and let me start with the standard for a prudence review. Are you familiar with the standard for evaluating whether a utility is prudent?
I'm not a lawyer to be able to articulate it to your satisfaction.
I'm not asking for a legal articulation of the standard. I'm trying to understand the basis for your testimony here that EPE acted imprudently. And so what's your understanding of what the standard is for prudency?
I'm understanding it, and I'm understanding it to be in the best interest of the ratepayer and with transparency.
So your understanding is it has two elements. It's in the best interest of the ratepayer and it's transparent.
Those are major factors, yes.
If those are not the standard that the commission typically uses, well, let me ask it this way. When I'm reviewing your testimony about prudence and imprudency, and when the hearing examiner is reviewing that, she should be thinking about that standard in mind, because that's what you understood to be the standard. Is that right?
Well, I'm saying it in a broader context in terms of in the interest of the ratepayer. I'm saying that the ratepayers shouldn't pay for our delays, that we shouldn't be responsible for paying for the replacement costs of energy while there were delays, that we suffer the risks of, or we suffer from not being able to see the RECs, that there may be questions about service reliability. Those are all factors for me that come into in the ratepayers' interests. There's also the fact that the greenhouse gas emissions have been increasing because of the way that this project has been managed. There's issues related to transparency in terms of having to figure out that a COD is a moving target that relinquishes NextEra from having to pay any liquid damages or any other firm. So it's mostly just the concerns of having this be in the best interest of New Mexico's ratepayers, and because of the way that we have to keep catching up with the changing information, seems like it's been a challenge.
Changing gears now from your understanding of what the standard is for prudency, for the purposes of this next question, I'm going to represent to you that the standard is whether the utility's actions were reasonable for an electric utility operator in the same circumstances. So with that, my question is, in your background and experience, which is part of the record, but to confirm, you've never worked for a utility. Right.
Are you going to ask me these 20 questions, Mr. Wexler?
I'm planning on asking you more than 20 questions, actually, Ms. LaRock, but no, for this purpose, as is specifically about your experience working for a utility, all of the other questions about your background and experience are already part of the record. So again, to confirm, you've never worked for a utility.
No, but interestingly, I was involved in securing a power purchase agreement between the years of 2019 and 2022.
You've never operated a utility?
I'm sorry. No.
And have you ever done any planning for an electric utility?
No.
Yeah. All right, so let's turn to some of the specifics of your concerns. And for this, let's turn to page 35.
I'm there.
And I'm looking really, it's 35. It's the section of your testimony that starts at line 20, and then it spills into page 36, and you conclude that sentence at line 3. And on page 36, lines 2 to 3, here you're indicating that you're quoting EPE to say Contrary to the arguments of the three opposing interveners, EPE has no role or responsibility in construction of the facilities. Do you see that?
Yes,
You understand that the Buena Vista and Hecate projects are not being built by El Paso Electric, is that right?
yes,
NextEra is ultimately responsible for construction of the Buena Vista projects?
yes, but there should be some oversight by El Paso Electric.
Yeah, and I think we heard quite a bit of testimony yesterday and in the direct testimony from El Paso Electric about oversight, right?
Somewhat.
Yes, in Hecate, to talk about those projects, that company, Hecate, is ultimately responsible for construction of the Hecate projects, is that right?
Yes,
Now, EPE's rights as it relates to those construction of those projects is spelled out in the PPAs themselves, right?
yes,
Which, as we've established, has already been approved, or they have already been approved by the commission.
yes.
All right, so let's talk about timing, and this is another issue I found a little confusing in your testimony, and that is, if you turn to page 41, that'll help us talk about that.
41?
Yes, ma'am. And I'm looking at lines, your Q&A on lines 6 through 16. And here you're talking about when EPE knew that the Buena Vista project would not be completed by the original May 1st, 2023 or 2022 COD. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yes.
And as I understand your testimony, you think EPE was aware that the COD would have needed to change before February 2022. Is that right?
In my experience with the purchase power agreement I was doing concurrently, there were several things that we did that would have made me more aware of the progress that was being made with our system. We had a Gantt chart that we had certain milestones that we were able to do. We had biweekly meetings that were updates of where we were, and we knew about complementary experiences with other subcontractors or parties that told us what was going on. So we always had the end date in mind. So yeah, I would have thought you would have known.
And so now what I'm really curious about and what I can't figure out is why it matters for the purposes of this case. Now, let me ask you this. You understand that NextEra raised a concern about the federal trade investigation and its impact on the availability and cost of solar panels, right?
I do. And in the case, I mean, again, I have limited experience, but I do have some experience. One of the things that was really critical for the PPA I was involved in, when the tax credits were related to how much you paid initially, how much you had invested to start the project, it was the easiest way for a company to be able to demonstrate that it had earnestly begun the project was to purchase the panels. And so it was surprising to me that you wouldn't have had more panels available.
Yeah, understood. I mean, you recognize that 20 megawatts of panels were available on site.
Yes.
The EPE understood. I mean, do you recognize that EPE understood that NextEra was prepared to walk away from the Buena Vista project?
I was surprised to hear that. I heard Mr. Hawkins say that. Mm-hmm.
And that position of NextEra wasn't based on whether or not that happened in February or April. It was simply the concern of NextEra that they were underwater, to use the term that Mr. Hawkins used.
Well, and this would be another example that brings me to this table, is that that just the due diligence of this organization, of Nextera, to be able to have the solvency to continue on and ride these bumps. If a company is that volatile, that would make me very anxious.
If Nextera were willing to walk away from the project without an amendment, the timing of that, whether it was in February or after February, it doesn't matter, right?
Well, part of it is trying to understand the fact that liquid damages seem to be negated if the COD moves. So in that context, the amendments were important.
So your testimony is that the liquid EPE would have been entitled to liquidated damages if it hadn't renegotiated the contract. Is that right?
That's what I understood from Mr. Barron, sorry.
Mr. Barron's actually testified that they were not in default. Is that right?
Because the COD had changed, yes.
You think it has to do with only the amendment of the COD?
I think that from Mr. Barron's explanation, that he said that as a COD changes, that that's the principal characteristic that you're looking at, and the farther it goes out, that means that the company is not culpable for not meeting the COD, and so the other liquid damages are not applied.
Yeah, and let's talk about that issue. Can you turn to page 53 of your testimony? Because this you also base part of your testimony on this idea. And I'm looking at page 53, lines 16 spilling over into 54, line 1. And here you're talking about, you say this is in your prudency, the basis for your prudency concerns. You say, what's the point of having provisions in the PPAs for delay damages during the construction period and for actual damages for the COD in an amount equal to the cost to the buyer to obtain replacement energy, including environmental attributes, i.e. solar energy with RECs, if EPE is free to change the COD, negate the event of default that would have occurred in May 1st, 2022, and decline to recover damages on behalf of its customers. Now, so here you're talking about changing the COD, negating the events of default. So this is based on the idea that there was default. Is that right?
Well, I found it interesting that your staff, the EPE staff, didn't want to say default, but they were milestones that were missed. And had the COD been earlier, they would have been considered default.
Yeah, I find it really hard to talk in generalities, as I pointed out to Mr. Barron's yesterday. So let's take a look at one of the contracts. And this time, let's talk about Buena Vista 1 contract. Do you have the EPE Exhibit 1 in front of you?
I can open it.
Yes, please.
Mr. Hawkins?
That's correct. And what I'm going to point you to is, yesterday I talked with Mr. Barron's about the Hecate project. So I thought it'd be helpful to, or PPA, and I thought it'd be helpful this time to talk about the Buena Vista PPA. So if you turn please to page 28.
Oops. 28, okay.
You recognize this as the Buena Vista 1 PPA that was approved by the commission?
Yes.
If you turn to page 87.
I'm there.
Okay, and here we're looking at the default provision, Article 15. Do you see that?
Yes,
And so just to establish a time frame here, what we're talking about is negotiations that were initiated in April and took place April, May, June. Is that your understanding?
I believe so.
And so here, under that section 15.1, the second sentence says that EPE shall provide notice to seller 30 days prior to taking any action under this clause. Are you aware of EPE providing any kind of notice?
No.
So if you turn to the next page, that is page 88. And here, this is the following shall constitute events of default, construction default. And so if you look at subsection E there, and here it says in relevant part, the facility fails to meet the commercial operation milestones as extended, it fails to meet the commercial operation milestone, parens, as extended after payment of delay damages under section 4.3, unless one, seller has kept EPE informed on the progress of the facility in accordance with section 4.5 and notifies EPE prior to the commercial operation date of the anticipated revised commercial operation milestone. So I want to talk about a couple of those provisions there. So the first one, if you look in the sentence there, it says the facility fails to meet the commercial operation milestone. And then it says, parens, as extended after payment of delay damages under section 4.3. So let's take a look at section 4.3, and this is pages 58 through 59. So if you turn there, please.
I'm there.
And you talk about the delay damages in your testimony, I believe, right? In fact, in that section on page 53 that we just looked at. Is that right?
Yes.
And so you're familiar with this provision, which basically says, well, the seller has to pay these delay damages in the amount of $1,500 per day, right?
Yes.
Now, if you look on page 59, in subsection C, it then says that the commercial operation milestone may not be extended by more than 240 days by payment of delay damages. You see that?
I'm looking, you said it's in section 4.3. Oh, subsection 3, C.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay.
And my point is the commercial operation milestones can be extended by up to 240 days. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And this is through the payment of delay damages. And do you recall the testimony from EPE that actually during the negotiations, the amount of delay damages that Nextera owed to EPE was a topic of conversation?
Yes.
All right, let's turn back to that page 88, please. And I want to look at the second clause there about this conditions of default that I just pointed out. So let me know when you're at page 88.
There.
And there it says the facility fails to meet the commercial operation milestone unless seller has kept EPE informed on the progress of the facility in accordance with section 4.5 and notifies EPE prior to the commercial milestone of the anticipated revised commercial operation milestone. So let's just take a look at the definition of that revised commercial operation, which I believe is on page 53. So if you turn please to page 53.
I'm there.
And you can see there 1.4.168. This is the definition of revised commercial operation milestone, and it says means a date specified by seller pursuant to that section that we just looked at. You see that?
Yes, I'm surprised it doesn't include the cost increase as well.
Fair enough, but this is the PPA as approved by the commission, right?
And reviewed by EPE.
Correct, reviewed and
And
approved by the
approved.
commission. So now that we see that pursuant to the provisions of that PPA, the milestone can be revised if NextEra informed DPE and notified DPE of the changes, let's look back at your exhibits. And this time, so this is CLC Exhibit 1, and this time, let's take a look at page 112. This is one of the exhibits attached to your testimony.
I'm there.
Okay, page 112, you can see the subject is the progress report for February 2022. You see that?
Yes.
And then if you turn 2 pages over to page 114,
I'm there.
and this is NextEra's schedule. And if you look all the way at the bottom line, it says COD. You see that?
Yes.
And it has an updated finish date of November 4th, 2022. You see that?
Yes.
And just to complete this loop, let's just look at the next report that NextEra provided, which is page 116 of your testimony.
Mm-hmm.
And this one is a progress report for Q2 2022.
I see it.
that? Yeah, dated April 26, 2022.
I see it.
And then if you turn again to this time to page 118, and we can see the schedule there for the COD. This time they've updated the finish date to November 15th of 2022, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's turn back to the discussion that we were having. I guess we were talking about timing, but let's talk about another issue that you raised, and that is the need for the need for the resource as it relates to the overall prudency. And let me get you to turn page 17
Of
your testimony, sorry. So 17 of 154. And I'm returning now to just my discussion with you about sort of the basis for the prudency, and which I think you include the default stuff, which we just talked about. But now in this section 17, you can see there at line 14 to 16 is your heading. And this is the beginning of a section of your testimony on the REA and RPS compliance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you outline the fact that the REA requires a utility to meet minimum requirements for renewable energy resources.
Yes.
And you understand that that's a statutory and regulatory obligation for El Paso Electric.
Yes.
And in fact, it would be imprudent for El Paso Electric to not comply with statutory and regulatory provisions, right?
I think what's at question here is that there are provisions, it's in the REA that allow for some minimum requirements. Before it was 3% in the earlier part of in the earlier version, when we were trying to reach 20%, 3% of the total costs. And then the other one was when this one has to do with $60 per megawatt hour, or of the levelized cost, I'm sorry, of energy. And the issue for me is that the stopgap measures that El Paso Electric has taken, kicking the can down the road, changing the COD dates, or allowing that to happen, to using Rex to rob Peter to pay Paul, so to speak, are not the spirit of the ETA or the REA, in the sense that we're trying to reduce greenhouse gases. And so although El Paso Electric has squeaked by the rules, so to speak, it has not made any demonstrative change in reducing the greenhouse gases, because it fails to get renewable energy online. And that is where the problem lies for me.
Understood. I'm going to pause there for a second, Madam Hearing Examiner, to ask that you please admit Ms. Lynch into the hearing.
Oh, thank you very much.
Now, Ms. LaRock, so we were talking about the REA and RPS compliance. We just completed a case, a couple weeks ago having to do with the REA and RPS compliance, right?
Yes, we were there.
And EPE is not asking for any approval of anything directly related to the REA or RPS in this case, right?
No, but you just asked me about this question that had to do with Renewable Energy Act. So
Yeah, and I
I'm
think
responding to it.
Right, and I think my actual question is, will you agree with me that it is prudent for a electric utility to follow the statutes and regulations that it is required to follow?
I would say that it would be it would be preferable to have a utility follow the intent of the law and the requirements, the maximum requirements as opposed to the minimum.
You recognize that the Buena Vista and Hecate projects are for renewable resources?
Yes.
EPE is counting on them to meet their RPS requirements?
Yes.
If those resources are not built, EPE would have to obtain other renewable resources.
Understood.
It could take many years to procure and build those other renewable resources.
I know.
Let's talk quickly about a subject you covered briefly on page 45, but it's come up a number of times in this case. So I just want to make sure I understand it. Do you have 45 before you?
Yes, I do.
And this is here you're talking about the cost consequences upon ratepayers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think by that, you're talking about the customers having to pay the $3.50 adder for the Buena Vista projects.
Well, I think there's a number of things besides the $350 or $3.50 increase. There's also money that was put towards the RPS rate rider. There's a potential increase in the FPPCAC because of the alternative energy that's used. There's the expense that would have probably been greater for you to supply energy from another source. There's the fact that we didn't get these RECs at an earlier time frame. For me, it's the fact that it reduced the greenhouse gas. It didn't reduce the greenhouse gas emissions is really egregious, and that we didn't and that that there are added costs beyond that the ratepayers have to make.
Under the PPA rule and the REA rule, when renewable resources are procured, those rules provide that the customers pay for the cost of energy, right?
Yes.
And in a general sense, the utility is entitled to its cost of service. Is that also right?
Yes, but as Mr. Martinez just explained in his calculations, that he was looking at how those initial costs escalate when over a 20-year period. And so the idea of increasing the cost of energy has a much larger impact over time.
I'm not sure I fully understand that. So let's just move on to page 63 of your testimony, which these are the conditions that you recommend. And if I understand your testimony correctly, you say that you reluctantly support approval of the amendments, but you're recommending certain conditions. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
And on page 61, the question at line 14 to 16, now you're starting your answer about what those conditions are. And they include renegotiating the terms of the PPA amendment with Buena Vista One. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, NextEra is not a party to the case. Is that
No.
right? And so the commission can't require NextEra to do something. Is that right?
They can request you do something.
Sure, but not NextEra.
It's true.
Is that right? Now, you talked about your experience negotiating other PPAs, and in your experience, when you're part of negotiations, and when you ask for something from the counterparty, they often ask for something in return. Isn't that right?
Yes, but you wouldn't get both things. You wouldn't get like more money and more time. You would either get one or the other.
We don't know what NextEra would ask for, right?
I think they asked for both.
Well, if we went back and asked them to renegotiate the terms of the amendment, then they might ask for something different.
Yes, and as Ms. Glick said, that the market is getting better, so it could have been a recognition that those costs aren't necessary.
We just don't know. And it's also possible that NextEra could just say no, right?
Well, that would be very disillusioning that your relationship with another company is that tenuous.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Elliott, does the Attorney General have any cross-examination for Ms. LeBrock? Well, Ms. Stevens, well, actually, I'm sorry. Ms. Souls, do you have any cross-examination for Ms. LeBrock?
I have no questions for her. Thank you.
Ms. Lynch, does CCAE have any questions for Ms. LeBrock?
No, we do not.
Mr. Herman, does Doña Ana County have any questions for Ms. LeBrock?
No questions, Madam Hearing Examiner.
And finally, Mr. Borman, any questions for Ms. LeBrock?
Staff has no questions for Ms. LeBrock.
So Ms. LeBrock, your primary concerns are control of the battery storage facility, is that correct?
Well, I mean, those are part of the recommendations. My overall concerns is that in this particular case, I feel like having control over the batteries, the storage, would allow El Paso Electric to get more of a skill set in being able to use storage in a more nimble way than it would relying on NextEra to do a capacity only role for the battery.
Do you know approximately, or roughly how much of its energy the city gets from El Paso Electric?
Sure, I do.
How much is that?
It's about 20 megawatts.
And on a percentage basis, is that most of the electricity, or does the city get electricity from other sources as well?
Oh, I actually just answered the total amount of electricity used by the municipality, and that is 5 megawatts of that comes from solar.
Okay, and is that from El Paso Electric or from another source?
From either energy, either solar that we own or solar through a power purchase agreement.
And then you were discussing concerns with respect to how this delays perhaps are not consistent with goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
That's right.
Does the city of Las Cruces have any kind of memorial or ordinances related to greenhouse gas commission?
Yeah, yes, we
emissions?
do. We have a climate action plan. We've done a greenhouse gas inventory, and we've evaluated both the municipal as well as the whole cities in terms of the sectors of stationary energy, buildings, transportation, renewable energy, and also waste. Did I answer your question? I'm sorry.
Yes, I think so.
Okay,
Yes, the plan,
Alright.
that the city has a plan.
that's right.
Right.
And yes, and to extend on that question a little bit, I understand that recs are the unit of exchange for, or ownership, so to speak, of an exchange for renewable energy. But for me, the most important thing is that we, in any given time period, are producing less greenhouse gas emissions. I am responsible for doing another inventory next year, and I postponed it a year because I'm confident on what we've been able to achieve, but in terms of the citywide achievements, the fact that El Paso Electric has not contributed anything tangible to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions, I feel that that we are going to be taking steps backwards because of growth in the city.
All right, but in fact, once the Buena Vista projects come online, that will have a positive result with respect to greenhouse gas emissions, won't they?
That's true. And I am anxious to see the rest of the projects come online as well, as long as they're cost effective.
Right. And then your other recommendation really essentially is that there be more oversight by the commission. Is that really your other
Well,
recommendation?
I really respect the commission's oversight on this because the idea that the IOUs are monopolies provides no checks and balances for the ratepayers, and that we rely on the Public Regulation Commission to be able to look at those things. And this is a big transition for all of us. There's so many changes that are taking place. So whether it is things that you can actuate in specific cases such as this, or as Ms. Glick said, through rulemaking later on, these lessons learned are super important for all of us to be able to collect, to be able to streamline and make this the most cost-effective transition as possible. And so I feel like my role is to be able to help highlight those steps, as well as other people like Ms. Glick and well, all of the other parties involved in this case, to be able to do this. I don't feel like I'm trying to assist El Paso Electric and the PRC in being able to achieve its goals. And I feel like I have been, has not been welcomed by El Paso Electric as a gesture of trying to advance this.
All right, thank you, Ms. LaRock. I will, Ms. Stevens, do you have any redirect for Ms. LaRock?
I do, on some of Mr. Wexler's questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, Ms. LaRock. I'm going to start where Mr. Wexler left off, and that was in the context of the recommendations that the company negotiate different terms over the control of the battery storage. And he asked you whether when changes are made to a contract, parties might ask for something in return. Remember that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
Has the company indicated in anything that you've seen in this case or heard in this case that when NextEra came back to them asking for more time and more money to complete the project, that EPE asked for written revisions in the contract that would be beneficial to the company, such as changing the control provisions over battery storage?
From my understanding, there wasn't any substantive justification that EPE provided on behalf of NextEra that explained any of those things. Nor negotiations that they accepted what NextEra offered with they did lower the price to $350 per megawatt hour, but nothing more than that.
And the original contract price was low.
Yes, it was.
What they accomplished was, in the negotiations, was a reduction from a request for $488 per megawatt hour to $350, but that's still a $350 increase over the
Yes, I'm sorry, that's correct.
upon and commission approved price, right?
That's right. It wasn't just $350, it was an increase of $350.
And nobody has testified or given any information through discovery that in the course of those negotiations that Mr. Hawkins testified about yesterday, that non-dollar terms such as altering the change of control provision were taken into consideration during those negotiations.
That's correct.
And
Ms.
without
Stevens,
going,
could I, Ms. Stevens, you are testifying in the form of really a very leading question for Ms.
Okay.
LaRock, so I'd really ask you to
Okay.
try to keep your questions in the format of redirect.
I will, I'm sorry. During this case, Ms. LaRock, and I don't want to get into specifics of confidential discovery responses, but are you aware that there were indications that EPE was aware of this control issue for reasons other than your testimony in case 19-00348 UT? Please be careful in answering that question, because I don't want to go outside of confidentiality.
I have seen that documentation.
So it was not a matter of it was not solely a matter of the city raising that issue again in its direct testimony filed in this case.
That is correct. There was other information that led me to that conclusion.
And with respect to Mr. Wexler's cross-examination of you about the specific ins and outs of the default provisions and delay damages provisions of the BV1 PPA, and I guess that you were a participant in the early stages of this case when it was, and that would have been 19-00348 concerning Buena Vista 1.
Yes, I was.
And do you recall whether that case was filed as a renewable portfolio standard case or a request for resource additions driven by EPE's needs as identified in its IRP, integrated resource plan?
I understood it as part of its the latter part of its capacity needs.
So at that point of time, was the company representing to the commission that it had a need for this, the energy and capacity from these projects?
Objection leading, despite the admonition, every single question has been leading. I've tried to be patient, but these need to be non-leading questions for a direct witness.
Go ahead, Miss Stevens, please try to take that into
I will. Okay.
consideration.
Wait. Ms. LaRock, do you recall any part of the evidence that reached the commission? You were at the hearing in case 1990, 19348, were you not?
Yes.
And you participated in the hearing in case 19-003-0099?
Yes.
And as part of the company's team, you read the testimonies and you read at least the city's brief. Is that right? To the best of your knowledge, were the detailed provisions that Mr. Wexler led you to raised in front of the commission in the earlier stages of this case?
I'm sorry, I'm not clear on your question.
Were the detailed provisions about how you get from X to Y within a default, was that part of the level of detail in which the PPA was discussed in the earlier cases?
No, it was not.
And do you believe that the commission in a resource need case approved these agreements under the understanding that EPE could in conjunction with the counterparties postpone the delivery dates of the resources essentially indefinitely?
I'm going to object to that question as lacking foundation and calling for speculation. There's no way to know what the commission had in its mind other than what they put in their recommended decision or their final order.
I'm asking her what was in the record based on her knowledge.
Well, I would say, Miss Stevens, that the record should speak for itself, actually.
Okay. Well, then I'll stop there and thank you, Ms. LaRock, for your testimony. I guess it's exactly noon. How about that?
Thank you very much, Miss LaRock. I think what we have remaining today is going to be Ms. Souls and Mr. Tepler. So I anticipate that we will be able to finish the hearing today. And I guess I would ask whether there's a preference among everyone here as to whether we take a 45-minute or 1 hour lunch. If there's no objection, I think we'll try for 45 minutes.
Madam
The goal.
I guess
Yes,
I would
Mr.
request an hour just because I do have a bunch of other things I need to accomplish today, including a couple of filings. So I'd like
We
to have a
can-
little time to do that.
We can take an hour. So we're going to go off the record now and we will reconvene at 1 p.m. with, I believe that'll be Miss Souls' testimony.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm sorry, but
Yes.
conflicting schedules, I'm going to have to request to be excused for this afternoon.
You may be excused, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Madam Hearing Examiner, I will also need to be excused at 3.
All right. Thank you, Miss Lynch. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, we will reconvene at 1 o'clock with the testimony of Ms. Souls. So we're off the record. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. All right, Mr. Lee, ready to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We are in case number 19-00099 and 00348 UT. We are going to start our hearing this afternoon with the testimony of Mary Lee Souls. Mr. Lee, if you could swear in Miss Souls.
Ms. Souls, would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Souls, do you want to go through the process of verification of your Souls Exhibit 1?
Sure. I'm going to start by stating my full name and spelling it. It's Mary Lee Souls. That's Merrie, another word, Lee. The last name is Souls, Soules. I am currently retired after a career which included purchasing director, project manager, an engineer, and a number of other things. I have before me what is marked Souls Exhibit 1, the 2023 direct testimony of Mary Lee Souls. It is the direct testimony that I previously prepared. I drafted it entirely on my own. There are no corrections that I'm proposing to make. If I were to ask the same questions today, my answers would be the same. And my testimony as presented is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. And with that, I would move admission of Souls Exhibit 1.
Are there any objections?
No objection.
Souls Exhibit 1 is admitted. And we will then go to cross-examination by El Paso Electric. Mr. Wexler.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Miss Souls.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wexler.
You can call me Miss Wexler if
Ms. Wexler.
Yeah.
No, we'll
I do need to start with your interest in this case, and I recognize we talked about it a couple weeks ago, but I need to confirm a couple things on the record. And that is when you intervened in case numbers 19-00348 and 19-00099, you lived in Las Cruces and EPE provided service to your home. Is that right?
You're asking about the initial process with those two cases back when they were filed in 2019. That is correct.
But that's no longer true. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you now live in Seattle.
Yes.
And El Paso Electric does not provide service to your primary residence.
I don't think El Paso Electric provides service in Seattle.
I agree. You are, as I understand it, you're listed on three as a one of more than one name on three EPE accounts. Is that right?
That is not correct.
Okay.
I am listed on an account that serves 3 different addresses in Doña Ana County.
And is there more than one name listed on that account?
Yes.
How many other names are listed on that account?
I believe there's one other name. That would be my brother, William Souls, Bill Souls.
And if I understand correctly, you have not paid any bills associated with any of those three properties,
The bills have been paid,
but not by you.
not directly by me. That's correct.
Well, what do you mean by not directly?
They've been paid on my behalf.
Well, your brother paid them then.
No,
Who paid the bills?
we have a tenant in one of those locations who has been paying those bills each month on my behalf.
How about the other two locations?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you indicated that there's a tenant paying the bills in one of the locations, and I'm wondering about the other two locations. Are there tenants in those locations as well?
Yes, there are.
Are those tenants also paying the electric bills?
No, they're not.
Who is paying the electric bills in those other two locations?
The same individual who is paying that bill for that account.
I see. There's one of your tenants who pays on the entire account for all three locations.
That is correct.
You have
Madam Hearing Examiner, may I object to this line of questioning on my behalf?
Yes, you may.
I object as to relevance.
happy to address that, Madam Hearing Examiner, if you'd like. Yeah.
Go ahead,
it's
Mr. Wexler.
It's a question of standing. In order to be a pro se participant in this case, so that Ms. Souls has to have a direct and substantial interest in the subject matter. And what we have here are amendments to PPAs that Ms. Souls is not going to be paying and to which she has no direct interest.
I believe that the time period for objecting to intervention has passed at this time. I appreciate your issue, but I think at this point we should move forward.
Yeah,
To the substance of your testimony. Thank you.
The part of my job, Ms. Souls, is to talk about the weight that the hearing examiner should accord your testimony. And so I have a few questions in two different areas about that. Specifically, you recall that the first hearing examiner in case 19-00348 was Ms. Hurst?
I do.
And Ms. Hurst found that you were not qualified as an expert. Is that right?
She was very specific about an expert regarding what?
Yeah, well, I'm happy to ask that question then. Ms. Hurst indicated that you were not an expert in loads and resource planning, right?
That's correct.
Forecasted retirement dates and generation planning.
That sounds correct. Would you like to take me to where you're reading so that I can read what you're reading?
Sure, I'd be happy to. This is one of the unmarked exhibits from El Paso Electric, which we did not mark because we knew that the hearing examiner prefers having exhibits marked consecutively, and we didn't know what we would admit. But it's I believe the 10th one, the very last one. So it's the hearing transcript. That's 81 pages.
And which page are you on?
I'm on page 40 of 81. And then I'm looking at lines. Her order here starts at line 1 and continues down to line 20. So I'll just for clarity purposes, I know this is part of the record, but so that we don't have to go back and look at it, I'll just read there and ask you to follow along. So Ms. Hurst indicated that I don't believe Ms. Souls in the areas claimed by the El Paso Electric with regard to the utility specific areas of loads and resource planning, forecasted retirement dates and generation planning, utility resource acquisition, levelized costing of energy, and costing methodology for utilities, or in regulatory background and technical generation expertise as it relates to this proceeding. I don't believe that you have qualified as an expert as indicated, so I'm going to grant that part of the motion. The other part of the motion has been withdrawn, so your testimony is not going to be stricken. Your testimony is going to be considered based upon the knowledge and experience you have and will be given the appropriate weight as a lay opinion. Did I read that correctly?
That matches what I'm reading. Yes, sir.
So let's talk about your testimony in this case on the costing model. And if we look at page 14 of your testimony.
Give me a moment. Yes, I'm there.
And starting on, well, it may have started a little bit earlier, but I'm looking particularly in the lines 11 through 16 of page 14. And my question is, in this case, you analyzed the EPE costing model, is that right?
That's correct.
And that analysis formed the basis of your testimony that continues all the way up until page 18, line 7. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in fact, on lines 3 through 7, we can see there are your conclusions having to do with EPE's
Which page are you on, please?
I'm still on page 18, lines 3 through 7. And there you're providing your conclusion from your analysis of the costing model, right?
Yeah.
And now we already saw Ms. Hurst indicated you were not an expert in costing methodology for utilities, but you've also previously testified about the EPE costing model, is that right?
We need to go back. You started that with a reference to Ms. Hurst.
I did, the previous hearing examiner.
Yes.
And we read where she said that you were not qualified as an expert in this case on costing methodology for utilities.
And that is not what she's referring to there. She's referring to the levelized costing
I'm
of
sorry,
energy.
turn towards the microphone and repeat what you said. That is not what she's referring to there, and
That is not what she was referring to there. She's referring to levelized costing of utilities and the costing methodologies for evaluating whether or not a proposed resource acquisition is cost effective. That's very different from the costing model.
So I'm just going to let the words of Ms. Hurst speak for themselves. I think the hearing examiner is quite capable of reading those, but I'm asking you a different question, and that is, you have previously testified on the EPE costing model, is that right?
Yes, I have.
And that includes in case number 18-00006 UT, which is the last EPE fuel clause continuation case.
That is correct. That was my first experience with El Paso Electric's costing model.
And in fact, in that case, as reflected in the recommended decision, which was adopted by the commission on this point, the commission found that your testimony on the costing model was, and this is a quote, based on underlying misconceptions and errors. Is that right?
I believe that was the finding.
All right, let's just turn to your recommendations, which I have just really one question here on. And so if you go to page 30 of your testimony.
Yes, I am there.
Page 30, you basically are summarizing your recommendations to the commission in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you've had an opportunity to review the testimony of all of the other parties. That's right. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recognize that you're the only party in this case that's recommending that the proposed amendments be denied outright?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wexler. I don't know if I think Mr. Elliott is not here. Ms. Stevens, do you have any cross-examination for Ms. Souls?
No, ma'am, thank you.
You're welcome. CCAE, is Ms. Lynch? Ms. Lynch, do you have any cross-examination for Ms. Souls?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Herman for Doña Ana County, do you have any cross-examination for Ms. Souls?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner.
And finally, Mr. Borman, any cross-examination of Ms. Souls?
Staff has no questions for Ms. Souls.
Okay, I do not believe that I have any questions for you, Ms. Souls. So thank you for your testimony today. And you are released as a witness, and we will turn to our final witness today, which will be Mr. Tupper
Madam
for
Hearing
staff.
Examiner, do I
Oh,
have
yes,
an
I'm sorry.
opportunity for
redirect?
Yes.
Yes, you do. Please go ahead. I apologize.
Mr. Wexler was implying that the expertise that was addressed in the 19348 case previously by Ms. Hurst is what's at stake here today. And I would like to point out that my background is in purchasing. I was a purchasing director responsible for contracts. And that I have extensive experience as a project manager, which is also what these hearings are all about. And that expertise is tremendously relevant for what it is that we're talking about. Regarding the costing model is a very complicated thing. And he's correct that in the case back in 2018, that was the first experience I had with it. However, since then, the costing model has been relevant in any number of El Paso Electric cases because it does collect the data of what actually happened all at the same time on any given day that El Paso Electric was generating electricity and doing all the other things that it does do. So as a record and a database, it contains so much relevant information that consistently no one else has actually bothered to mine that data. And so that, yes, I didn't understand it nearly as well in 2018. We are now 5 years later. And I've had extensive experience with it in those 5 years. And I am capable of mining data from El Paso Electric's costing model.
And are you referencing a specific page or pages in your testimony where you utilize the costing model?
Yes, ma'am. If you would go to part of my testimony that's related to the additional costs to New Mexico ratepayers. And that section begins, I'm not sure the section. I start referencing the costing model on page 15. No, I start earlier than that, I'm sorry. Costing model. Beginning on page 13 of 223 pages. The question, can those higher costs be quantified? Yes, I believe they can. And that begins my discussion of El Paso Electric's costing model, which, with a few clarifications from Mr. Martinez, matches exactly what he testified to today. He chooses to emphasize that El Paso Electric has the costing model for the purpose of assigning costs to outside sales. I acknowledge that. I state that here in my testimony. That doesn't change the fact that the costing model is a database and that the data within it does allow for a calculation, not of a precise number, but of an at least number of what it costs New Mexico ratepayers in that period for which I had the information, which was May 1st of 2022 through November 11th of 2022, a time period for which these PPAs should originally have had them producing clean and renewable energy, serving New Mexico ratepayers.
I'm sorry. So, I think specifically my question was about your use of the costing model.
Yeah.
Not to repeat your direct testimony with respect to the outcome of your use of the costing model.
Very well.
So, my question was where that discussion was with respect to your use of the costing model. So you have identified that as starting on page 13. Is that correct? Okay. All right. And do you have other redirect with respect to Mr. Wexler's questions, Ms. Souls?
No, ma'am, that's it.
Okay. All right. Well, then, thank you. And thank you for your testimony today and your participation. I will now turn to staff for presentation of the utility staff witness, Mark Tepler. Mr. Borman?
Yes, thanks, Steph. Calls Mark Tupler. I believe he's in the waiting room.
In the waiting room, thank you.
And while we're waiting for Mr. Tupler, Madam Hearing Examiner, I just wanted to let you know that EPE has filed its response to your verbal bench request yesterday, which was the red line version of the PPA amendment for Hecate.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Lee, could you swear in Mr. Tupler?
Mr. Tupler, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Tupler.
Yes, sir.
Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Mark Tupler. Spelled.
Go ahead.
Spelled MARCTUPLER.
Thank you. By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by the Utility Division of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission as a senior economist.
As part of your duties in that position, did you review the application by El Paso Electric Company for approval of the amendments to the PPAs in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And based upon that review, did you prepare or participate in preparing testimony regarding that application?
Yes, I did.
You should have before you a document marked as Staff Exhibit 1. Do you have that document?
I do.
Can you identify it?
This is the prepared direct testimony that I submitted on December 23rd, 2022 is what I'm thinking, though it says 2023. Thus maybe a correction.
Outside of the date that you just highlighted, do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
Okay. If I asked you today the same questions as are set forth in Staff Exhibit 1, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir. They would be.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Do you adopt Staff Exhibit 1 as your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Tupler. Madam Hearing Examiner, at this time, I seek admission of Staff Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No objection.
Hearing none, Staff Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Mr. Tupler is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Borman. El Paso Electric, Mr. Wexler, do you have any cross-examination for Mr. Tupler?
Hello, Mr. Tupler. Madam Hearing Examiner, I do not have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I believe that the Office of the Attorney General is not present. City of Las Cruces, Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions for Mr. Tupler?
Yes, I do have a few.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Tupler, how are you?
Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Stevens.
I have some questions that along the lines of Mr. Wexler's questions to Ms. Souls go back to the fact that you did testify on behalf of staff in the original Buena Vista and Hecate 1 PPAs in case number 19-00348 UT, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
And when this application came back to you, did you review your testimony in that case?
I'm certain I did.
And did you, when this application came through, which was, I guess it's hundreds of pages, did you reread the contracts, all 4 of the contracts in detail, Mr. Tupler?
Well, I reviewed them in the original case. I don't believe I reviewed them again just because of the limited scope of this particular filing. I focused on the amendments I may have gone back to check certain elements of the original contracts, but not in detail. No.
And when you read the amendments, were you guided, when you were examining the amendments in the application in this case, were you guided by the company's bullet point list of what the amendments were? I see that that appears in your testimony in the present matter.
Was I guided by bullet points is the question?
Yeah. The topics that the company identified, was that what you focused on?
It makes sense, yes. I would have read those as the company's version of the amendments in the application, to the contracts in the application.
Did you read the actual amendment documents that were attached to Mr. Hawkins's testimony in careful detail?
Well, in reasonable detail, I would say.
I did not see anything in your testimony about the changes in the Buena Vista contracts that had to do with WRO delays. Did you read those provisions and not think that they were worth addressing, Mr. Tupler?
Well, I would consider a delay almost regardless of its origin at this point, considering the circumstances that I analyzed and reviewed.
Well, my question is specific, and the company asked Ms. LaRock a lot of questions about the specific contract terms. I don't want to do that to you, but were you aware that the company had added these WRO delay provisions to the Buena Vista contracts, but had not highlighted them or flagged them in its direct testimony.
Was I surprised by that? What is the question?
Were you aware of that? Not were you surprised, but whether you were aware of that when you were writing your testimony?
Well, I knew these types of delays were apparent industry-wide, so I was not surprised, or maybe let me rephrase that. I had a presupposition that delays could be a number of different, or could be the result of a number of different factors, including the WRO delays that are addressed. I didn't specify them. I didn't break them out in my testimony. I didn't feel the need to.
My question was, were you aware that the company had added those new provisions to the amendments without flagging them? Did you pick that up on your own?
I did not.
That's my, okay. Did you pick up on your own the change that was provided to the Hecate agreement that that the company just filed, where they changed the amount of security on the Hecate 1 contract? Did you notice that when you were doing your reading of the amendments?
I did.
And did you say anything about that in your testimony?
Well, considering again the scope of this particular case or portion of the case, I focused at a macro level. So I don't believe that I highlighted that particular modification or amendment to the agreement, but it didn't raise a red flag for me.
By focusing at a macro level, Mr. Tupler, did you bring to the commission's attention any of the specific ins and outs of the contracts in the original case? The original applications, not the present amendments, but the original application.
I couldn't recall what my original case testimony looked like. It was too long ago. I may have delved into, well, at the time there were no delay or modifications anticipated, is my feeling right now. So I don't know how deeply I would have gone into anything that would lead to that in the original testimony.
Okay. And fair enough. And when the case came, well, you're not an attorney, are you, Mr. Tupler?
I am not.
Your background's in finance, kind of? Economics?
Yes, ma'am.
So do you feel as a staff witness, and as in this case, the sole staff witness, that your testimony is sufficient to cause the commission to fully understand the potential, all of the potential outcomes of a particular contract?
Well, I think it's hard to try to predict any possible outcome to these contracts. However, I addressed within my testimony the two items that are within the scope of this particular hearing or this particular filing, which include the price amendment and the COD changes. All the other terms and conditions are already approved, thus no reason for me to address them again.
Well, I shouldn't be arguing with you, but didn't you just testify that there were WRO delay provisions added to the contracts that you did not notice or address?
Okay, yes, I can say that, yes. There were other provisions, I would say, that were added to the contract. I believe I highlighted some of them in my testimony. However, I considered them to be outside the scope of this particular hearing.
How did you define the scope of this particular hearing, Mr. Tupler?
If I'm not mistaken, the amendment asks for approval of the change in cost and the change in CODs.
Does the approval ask for the other changes as well? Does the application ask for the other changes as well, the ones that you didn't notice?
I don't know if I have that answer. I'd have to look at the application to answer it correctly.
And do you believe that when, and this is based on your experience in life and your prior life as well as your life at the commission, do you believe when a contract is amended that the amended terms can be severed off, or that one still has to read the contract as a whole?
I think it's wise, of course, to have an understanding of the original contract as well as the items that are being amended.
And is that because at the end of the day, if the amendments are adopted, that will become your new agreement is the whole shebang, to put it very untechnically?
I can agree with that shebang, yes.
So both in this case, in the present portion of this case, and in the original case, was it your understanding that the company could, without making any without notifying the commission, let alone the customers, could push off the commercial operation date by mutual agreement with the counterparties, NextEra or Hecate?
I'm going to object to that. I don't think this question is really. I don't see what it seems like. This question is ill-worded.
Ms. Stevens?
I'm not sure. I guess the objection is so vague. I guess it would probably be up to
you asked that
Mr.
question.
Tupler to decide if the question is ill-worded, not Mr. Borman.
Well, I don't know,
I'm not sure
maybe.
what it asks. That's why I'm objecting.
Ms. Stevens, I'm not sure where this question of whether or not the when NextEra was in default is contained within Mr. Tupler's direct testimony.
Well, I think Mr. Tupler is giving staff's seal of approval to the amendments, and I think I think Mr. Tupler just sort of acknowledged if the commission approves the amendments, they're approving or reaffirming the entire contract as a whole. You can't just pull out some portion. I mean, maybe somebody else has a different theory of contract law than I do, but it is relevant. And the question, of course, ultimately is whether or not it's the scope of the case, and it's also the scope of staff's role in cases and the commission's role when it's reviewing contracts. So I'd like to keep.
I think the question of whether or not there was a default in the contract that should have resulted in some type of damages being paid by Buena Vista really is a legal question. And so I would suggest that that's appropriate for briefing.
I did
but
not
I think
use,
it's beyond.
I did not use the word default. I
Tupler.
don't know where this is coming from. I'm asking him about his analysis. I did not say, and the only thing I've asked him about specifically is the WRO delays clause. I've not said any. I still don't know what
Okay.
a default is.
Well, why don't you, okay, so that maybe we're circling back to Mr. Borman's point with respect to how the question was worded. So why don't you re-ask the question?
Oh, it's been so long. Could I ask Mr. Lee for a little help here? Julie, could you read back the original question, because I'm not sure what the objections are at this point. Thank you very much.
Just a moment.
Yeah, you're back on.
So both in this case and the present portion of this case and in the original case, was it your understanding that the company could, without notifying the commission, let alone the customers, push off the commercial operation date by mutual agreement with the counterparties, Nextera or Hecate.
Can you answer that question, Mr. Tupler?
I would renew my objection that it's not clear what she's asking, but that's in your hands.
Mr. Tupler, can you answer that question?
I would be governed in that situation by whatever commission rule or statute would govern the amendments and maybe the definition of what a commission controlled amendment would look like. I believe price and COD to definitely be within that scope. At the end of the day, these utility companies are businesses that have to negotiate in good faith and in order to keep these valuable contracts in force.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Stevens.
Okay. So you think that going back to your view of the scope of this proceeding, I think you just identified price and commercial operation date or COD as being important issues. Do you think that when you testified back in 2020 about the first application, were you aiming to ask the commission based on your comprehensive analysis to approve every single term and condition of this agreement, these agreements? Or was it a broader emphasis?
My position, of course, has to be based on reasonableness. So I'm unsure if commission approval means that every I that is dotted and T that is crossed is reviewed, but all of the pertinent terms and conditions and clauses of a legal contract like that should be part of the approval decision.
And could I ask you to look at the contract itself, the original Buena Vista 1 contract? If I have too many documents open right now. It would be
yeah.
EP Exhibit 1. Let me close a few things here. You probably feel the same way.
Exactly. I got to find my.
Yeah, I want to get myself down to your testimony and Mr. Hawkins' direct way, which I probably just.
Is Ms. Stevens directing this to Mr. Hawkins' direct testimony, which is EPE Exhibit 1?
EPE Exhibit 1, Mr. Hawkins direct. And now I've got, and we're going to go to Exhibit DCH1.
Okay, so I'm just getting there now. I am at EPE
You're ahead of
Exhibit
me.
1.
Take your time, you're ahead of me.
Direct testimony of David C. Hawkins.
Right.
Okay,
and let's go to,
okay, so bear with me here.
I'm
got to download is what it's saying, which is a little odd, but okay, I believe I have it in front of me.
Okay, so DCH1, thankfully, starts at page 28 of 548 in that testimony, correct?
Page 28 of 548. It's a big document, so bear with me as I
big
scroll.
Document, yes, it is. And if you could, and if you to, and I'm going to take.
I believe I'm there now.
Okay, good. I'm going to take you, and you told me that you testified that you did review this in more detail in the first go round, and you looked at it some this time. I'm going to ask you to look at section 22.5 of this agreement, which is on page pages 112 to 113 of 548.
112. Okay, 112. I am there.
One to the bottom, let's see, the bottom of 112 of 548 to the top of 113 of 548. It's section 22.5 of the Buena Vista 1 contract. Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you read the agreement back in 2020 when it was filed, or late 2019, did you note this particular section about exhibit changes?
I don't know if I noted it. I don't believe this raises any kind of red flag to me, even as I read it now.
Were you aware of what it allowed the parties to do?
Let me reread it.
Yeah, read it carefully, please.
There's a lot of reference to a lot of different exhibits here.
Right.
And it basically gives the parties to the contract the ability to, it's not required, to make changes to the contract, it appears, that are not required to be negotiated in the contract. So from my perspective, they would almost be immaterial changes or maybe cosmetic changes that are not disputed by the other party.
Well, let's read that a little more carefully. The second sentence, which has the longest list of exhibits that may be changed at any time, mutual consent of both parties.
Maybe changed.
Is that that is not a unilateral revision, is it?
With mutual consent, I would say is both parties.
Okay. And do you know what these exhibits are?
I do not right here in this seat.
Would you like to A, B, C?
Yeah, it's a long list of exhibits.
Yeah. Would you let's just go farther down into this agreement and look at a few of them, because it covers a lot of things. Would you go to page 122 of 548?
Exhibit A?
Yes.
I'm there.
That's one of the listed ones that they can change at their own discretion, right?
Yes.
And you see that that's the construction milestones?
Correct.
And are the construction milestones a large part of what's been at issue in the present case, the present hearing, I guess I should say, or not? Does it surprise you that the parties could change those construction milestones on their own?
Ms. Stevens, I have a question here. I'm a little confused. It seems to me that page 112 says that Exhibit A may be changed at any time with the mutual consent of both parties.
That's yes. So we're talking. Yeah. Now we're going to go through the list of ones with mutual consent. Mr. Tepler pointed out there are
Because I
mutual
thought you were
consent
talking
ones.
about Exhibit E as something that could be changed without.
No, he's without, and I said, let's go to the second sentence, which is the longer list, and that's the mutual consent.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Would you roll down to the next page, Mr. Tepler? And Exhibit B was on that list also, wasn't it?
Yes.
And is that a facility description that talks about the size and the nature and the location of the facilities?
Yes, ma'am.
So if the parties had agreed to change the size of the facilities or their location, do you believe that that would be consistent with the commission's approvals in the original case?
Well, since the original contract was approved by the commission, my feeling is that the terms in the condition were acceptable to the commission, thus bound by the clause that allows the parties to agree to these changes without needing further approval.
Did EPE bring this clause to the commission's attention during that case, in your recollection?
I simply can't recall at this point.
Did you bring the commission's attention to this ability to change the provisions when you filed direct testimony in this case?
I did not.
Let's go on to exhibit. H or I am looking for. Exhibit H. That was on the list, wasn't it?
I believe so. What page number are we at?
We're 133 of 548 now.
Okay, I'm there.
And does that exhibit H provide for the expected delivered energy, the committed delivered energy, and the product rate or the price of energy?
It's titled that, yes.
Okay. So is it your understanding now, looking at section 22.5, that the parties, EPE and NextEra, were at liberty to change the price at that $350 per megawatt hour without considering it a change to the contract, without formally changing the contract?
Please let me have that question again.
Yeah. Do you believe that based on the other section that authorized changes by mutual consent, that El Paso Electric Company and NextEra could have, within the four corners of the contract, as they say, added that $350 per megawatt hour to the product rate and not come to the commission for approval?
I think that would be in bad faith and probably not to the party's advantage.
And bad faith as to whom?
Well, this is a very material, a price change is one of the more, let me rephrase that. A price term is one of the most important elements in the contract, and a change of any material amount would have to be disclosed and approved from my seat.
Okay. So, okay, so and when you say approved, you mean approved, disclosed to the commission and approved by the commission. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. I think that's probably all the questions I have, Mr. Tupler. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stevens. Ms. Souls, do you have any questions for Mr. Tupler?
No questions for Mr. Tupler.
Thank you. CCAE, Ms. Lynch, do you have any questions for Mr. Tupler?
No, ma'am.
Doña Ana County, Mr. Herman, do you have any questions for Mr. Tupler?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Tupler, for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
I don't, well,
I do have some redirect if you have, but I'm waiting for your questions.
yeah. No, I don't think I do have any. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Borman.
Thank you. Mr. Tupler, do you still have EPE Exhibit 1 open?
Yes, I believe I do. Let me get back there.
And when you're getting back there, if you could go back to that page 112 of 548.
Okay, 112, 548.
Yes.
I am there.
Okay. And there's that paragraph 22.5 exhibit changes.
Yes, sir.
Now can you read, you don't read this aloud necessarily, but could you read this paragraph to yourself? And when you're through, could you direct me to the part of this paragraph that says that no commission approval is necessary?
I don't believe it has that phrase in here.
Okay, so this paragraph authorizes the parties to change the agreement upon mutual agreement, correct?
Yes.
But it does, is it correct that it does not seem to contain any prohibition or lack of requirement, if you will, for obtaining commission approval for these changes?
For these mentioned exhibits, I would say you're right. Yes.
Okay, so we can't read this paragraph and say, oh, no commission approval is necessary.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Borman. I think that would conclude Mr. Tupler's testimony unless there is any requested recross. Hearing no request for recross, I think Mr. Tupler, your testimony today is concluded, so you're released as a witness.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you very much for testifying today. And so I believe that actually wraps up the testimony of all of the witnesses that we expected to hear from in this case. I think that
Madam Hearing Examiner, I think
yes,
the request for admission of exhibits, CLC exhibits 13, 14, and 15 is still outstanding based on what Ms. Olson started the morning.
right. And I think that the direction
Mr.
at
Wexler.
that, I think the direction at that time actually was that those should be addressed during Ms. LeBrock's testimony. And they were not addressed during Ms. LeBrock's testimony.
Well, I will move to admit them based on the fact that they are referenced in Ms. LaRocque's written testimony, which was admitted into the record.
Is there any objection to CLC exhibits 13, 14, and 15?
I mean, I have the same foundation issue. It would have been nice if she could have identified that part of her testimony and what, to ensure they're the things she's referring to. So I mean, I just don't see the relevance at this point that we've now passed the hearing, past the testimony part of the hearing.
Yeah. Mike.
Mr. Wexler did cross-examine Ms. LaRocque for a while there and didn't challenge that part of her testimony. It's in there. I can give you the page numbers if I need to, but she does refer to them. As I said, the reason they actually are like parenthetical references, and the reason I did not attach them as exhibits at the time was because your personal, treatment of administrative notice kinds of things. I didn't know it at the time that this written testimony was prepared.
Well, I think that the direction that I provided with respect to this was that they should be admitted during Ms. LaRocque's testimony. So I'm not going to revisit that at this point. So CLC exhibits 13, 14, and 15 are not admitted, which means that the one exhibit we have that is out of order is exhibit 20. So my notes indicate that CLC exhibits that have been admitted are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 20.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I wasn't certain about 6. So you'll keep these numbering, or do you want me to renumber 20 as 6? Have them consecutive.
We could renumber 20 as 6. So if you can submit.
The transcript will refer to 20, but I could somehow note it somehow as formally 20. I'm not sure what to do.
Or we can leave it as 20, and I'll just make a note that there is no exhibit 6, and we do have an exhibit 20. That's fine. I want to look at the procedural order to see where we're at in terms of transcript and briefing. Mr. Lee, when would you anticipate having the transcript available if it's not expedited? And then I guess the question is whether EPE wishes to have it expedited.
Right now, I'm looking at 10 days, Judge.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Wexler.
Yeah, I think that if we were to expedite it, may I ask how long that would take?
I could get it to you, see, today's Wednesday, probably by Monday at the latest.
Madam Hearing Examiner, we've got briefs in the other case due, my schedule's here, like 2 consecutive weeks. So I don't think that there's really going to be anything gained by expediting the transcripts on.
Well, I think the next question is going to be, when do we anticipate briefing on this? So I think the original briefing dates in the procedural order obviously are really
past.
Not, yeah. So we need to discuss briefing dates, and then I think go from there with respect to whether or not the transcript should be expedited. But I think if EPE wants the transcript expedited, they certainly can do that.
Yeah, and we were just talking about it, Madam Hearing Examiner, and given our various obligations, I think we will not ask for this transcript to be expedited.
Okay. All right, so that means we can expect to get the transcript on, would that be the 17th or the 20th then, Mr. Lee?
17th.
Okay. And
I thought you did business days, not calendar days. Really?
And so that then I think if we look at having post-hearing briefs by the 24th.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would just object to that because the response briefs in the Carney case are due on the 21st.
Well, I don't have control over the Carney case.
It's your case.
Oh, are you talking about 19?
22,
I'm sorry.
220093, the RPS case.
Right. Sorry, I didn't.
I have the.
I don't think of it in my head as the Carney case.
Oh,
so.
I think it is the Carney. So we have the briefs in that case due on briefs in chief on Tuesday the 14th and the answer briefs on Tuesday the 21st. So I think we need to at least be into the following week to be reasonable.
I actually would find myself in rare agreement with Ms. Stevens. If only because I'm
Mr.
gonna,
Borman has used that phrase more times than I can count.
well, then maybe it's becoming more common. But I am going to be involved in the P&M grid mod case that week, which is at hearing. So I would not mind having brief due the following week.
Let me see.
Or maybe even early the first week of April rather than, the week of the 28th, of the 27th. And Mr. Borman's the one who's going to be in hearing. The rest of us are probably on the same EPE schedule. He's got a light EPE.
Well, we are looking at trying to have a final decision from the commission by May 15th. And the commission has asked for more time for review of recommended decisions and proposed orders. So I would think we would probably need I can't imagine getting the recommended decision. I mean, it would have to be in April. We'd have to get a recommended decision to. And the same really with 22-00093. I think that the deadline for a final decision on that case is May 18th. So we'd need to look in both of those cases at having the recommended decisions done in April. So I just can't see changing maybe the 27th and the 31st. That's as I can't see.
I think that's Mr. Borman's week of unavailability.
No, I'm not available the week of the 20th to the 24th, or at least the 23rd. So
okay.
That's
so if we look at post-hearing briefs on the 27th and response briefs on rebuttal briefs on March 31st.
That's just too little time at it. Well, how about something like the 30th and the 4th or something, 5th or something like that? I'm thinking of Mr. Borman too, but giving us 2 or 3 days in between is really kind of rough.
Well, it's not really, because the post-hearing briefs are due in 93 on March 14th. And so we're talking about almost.
And the response briefs are due on the 21st.
Correct. The response briefs are due on the 21st. So then that's 6 days between the response briefs and when the first post-hearing brief would be due in this case. Between the 21st and the. Yes, Ms. Soul.
Mostly weekend.
So the March 27th for the initial briefs works for me. The what is it, 4 days, like the Monday to Friday for a response brief, I would ask for at least the 7 days. Would it be possible to do it for the
3rd?
April 2nd.
Yeah. It'll be April 3rd.
Yes, please.
I would ask for the 28th and April 3rd at least.
I think I'm gonna. Anyone else have any comment on these dates?
I'll do what you order. That's all I'll say.
Well, we'll all do what she orders.
I would second the city's request for we're talking the 28th of March, right?
Correct. Okay, so we're talking about March 28th for the post-hearing brief and April 3rd for rebuttal. But the transcript should be available on the 17th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and I guess I would just request that the briefing be as direct as possible. And really try to stick to the central or the issues of the case and not introduce new issues. Well, I want to thank everyone for their efforts in this case, and I do appreciate the witnesses, the examination and questioning by the parties, and look forward hopefully to getting a decision out expeditiously. So thank you all very much. And I'll get an order out with these deadlines for the briefing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone.
Bye.
Bye.